Cervo is one of the most desirable destinations in the world. A beautiful resort on the Costa Smeralda, the glittering coast of northern Sardinia. It's not hard to see why the venue continues to attract sailors every summer to compete on these beautiful blue waters. Holding pride of place in the harbour is the yacht club Costa Smeralda, the prestigious club established by the Aga Khan more than half a century ago. Everything you need to create the perfect regatta, it's right here, which is why the Sailing Champions League loves coming back year after year to Porto Cervo. Welcome to sunny Porto Cervo. We are here for the penultimate day of the Sailing Champions League Final 2021. My name's Andy Rice, this is Mark Corky Rhodes, and Corky, we are in for a humdinger of a couple of days of racing.
Oh, well, we've got a very different setup and a very different race course. The boats are actually going to be racing inside the harbour. Needed to get special permission to be able to do that, so it's quite a monumental sort of change to what we do. But the reason why is the waves outside, out onto the shore side, massive waves, and again it would just make a very, very difficult sort of setup. Rotation of boats on the water and so on. So actually you'll see the boats racing inside, which is going to add a totally different perspective to the race course.
It's going to look great, which is great from our point of view, but it's going to be very challenging for the sailors. We've got some fantastic sailors here representing 15 nations from 29 different clubs, so a very high standard of sailor, but they are going to be really tested because the wind is going to be funneling through the expensive villas of Porto Cervo, over the rocks, and the wind is going to be bulleting down onto the water with very little warning. What does that mean for the sailors, Corky?
Well, so for the sailors, generally you're able to look upwind, you're able to see the wind on the water, you get some sort of preempt of what's going to happen. Here, you're not going to have any of that. It's literally sort of where the marks are going to be towards the shoreline is you are going to actually have to be a lot more reactive rather than proactive. So suddenly that's going to test the teams in a totally different dynamic. Their boat handling skills are always got to be important. In the J70 class we know it, but also on these tight courses, but that suddenly is now going to go that extra level. Keeping your eyes out the boat, being able to respond as quickly as possible, and I think we're going to see some amazing action, but I think there's going to be a few sailors going to get caught out by this a bit.
Well, we saw a few sailors caught out yesterday in some of the high wind racing they had yesterday. Some people even fell out of the boat. Corky, how does that happen?
Well, again, in the J70, it's a sports boat. You're pushing it, you're sailing it much like just a large dinghy. And so in the same way as a dinghy, you can fall out, you can capsize. Basically, as soon as the boat broaches, if you're not got hold of anything, that's it, you're over the side. So again, it's going to be a really intense sort of race course. The teams are going to push themselves to the limit, not only by just the boundaries that they're surrounded by this rocks and this natural amphitheatre, but actually suddenly by each of the teams. We've got some amazing quality sailors here, and again they're all pushing for that final to be crowned for it, and there's not going to be any let up. But again, the race course is going to be a very different setup. The sailors are going to have to think about it differently, and that might bring some other teams that we weren't expecting to the top of the leaderboard. So some interesting racing to come.
So we've got 29 teams rotating through a fleet of 8 J70s. So they're either watching the racing or they're being taken by rib to get on for their next flight. So as long as you stay in probably, say, the top 2 or 3 of each of your races, if you finished in the top 3 out of 8 in each of your races, you're going to rise to the top of this league. And it's all about that 4-boat final on Sunday afternoon, isn't it, Corky?
And that's it. So consistency is key in like any event, but again with the number of flights and everything going on, it is going to become even more important, keeping yourself in that top bit. But if you can get yourself into those 4 boats at that final, you've suddenly then got a chance of coming out on top. And that's what all the sailors are planning to do. Is yes, it'd be nice to go into that 4-boat final after leading the sort of overall side of things, but at the moment, if you get into that 4-boat final, you've got a chance of going away with the title.
15 nations, 29 teams representing 29 of the biggest yacht clubs around Europe and beyond. We got Turkey here for the first time. We've also got a Russian team. Stay tuned with me and Corky. We will bring you all the action over the next couple of days. Let's see who's going to be champion of this year's final, the Sailing Champions League final. So let's get into the action shortly here in Porto Cervo. Sun is shining. That hasn't always been the case over the last couple of days. The wind has dropped down a little bit compared with what it's been, but the waves outside are still enormous, which is why we are keeping the racing inside the harbour of Porto Cervo, which, Corky, I understand, is the first time that that's ever happened. That's quite a big deal to secure the permissions for this racing to be able to take place inside the harbour.
Yeah, very much so. Sort of all the sailors have come prepped, never sort of expecting this to happen due to the conditions out on the water. Mainly it's the waves that have basically causing the biggest problem. As we said, the breeze has come down a little bit, but it required lots of, I think, sort of signing off on things, few permissions, few rubber stamps for this to happen. So as you can see, as the drone pans around, you can see how close they are to the inside of the marina where they're coming in. But as you can look out and it starts to pan round, we can start to identify the sea weight, the difference between what they're racing inside to what's outside. So very different race course from what the sailors were expecting. Some we spoke to earlier, very excited, would prefer this race course, similar to what they're used to, tighter race course, similar to very much like a river race. And then many of them slightly disappointed and wanting to be out. But certainly an absolutely stunning place to sail. And again, just a dynamic of being able to switch the race course to the inside has enabled racing to continue.
The best sailors are always the most adaptable as well. So you turn up, you think you're going to get out onto the big wide ocean, and then suddenly you find yourself in some really tight, confined harbour racing. But the best sailors will always find a way of adapting to that change of conditions. So we're just coming into the start sequence for the first race of Flight 5. So we've completed 4 flights of racing, and Corky, just tell us how this format of racing works, because we've got 29 teams here, but we've only got 8 boats for them to race in. So how does that work?
So they run a flight system, and so there will be 4 races per flight. So at the moment, if they made it through all of the flights, you know, you're looking up to sort of 18 flights where, so you're getting a huge amount of racing, and that's what's one of the best things about the Sailing Champions League, is that you turn up and you get racing, rapid rotate round. So all the boats identical. All you need to do is take your team flag, as you can see identified in the background there on board with the Swiss team at the moment, but they'll just switch that flag to the next boat. So there is no benefit of having one boat than another, and they rotate round 1 flight but 4 races in each. And there will every so often there'll be 1 empty boat, so you'll be racing with slightly less boats on one race at a point. But then it all adds up. Again, at the end of the day, it comes down to consistency. And as you said, the top teams that are able to adapt to that, they're going to be the ones that are going to come out at the top.
And that boat we were on board with just then, that's boat number 3, just on the right of picture at the moment, Regatta Club Oberhofen. Young team, and they've got 5 people on board. Most of the teams have got 4 on board, but I think as lighter, younger youth sailors, they're allowed the extra sailor on board. Nick Zeltner being the helmsman, and they don't see their lack of experience as a disadvantage. They see themselves as being able to take on the more experienced teams.
Well, exactly that. They won in Kiel in the sort of qualifier up to here, and so got every reason to go out and believe exactly the same. And so you can see him building up with just over 30 seconds to that line. Holding back a little way, they're all just trying to manoeuvre to get that key position. Because of this tighter race course, the start suddenly becomes that little bit more pressing. Not so much where you start at exactly as the gun goes, but where you put yourself 30 seconds to a minute later.
And it is going to be really critical where you position yourself on the line. If you come off the pin end, are you actually going to be able to actually get the runway to be able to tack across your rivals? So there's all kinds of tactical considerations further up the race course. Just on start time now, looks like it's going to be a clean start. In fact, the boats nearest to us could have started a bit earlier, but that's still good positioning by the NRV, the Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, that have won the pin end of this line. And we're there with Regatta Club Oberhofen coming off the middle of the line, and we can see a couple of the boats behind them on port tack. Pretty unconventional to to start on port tack, but this is such a short race course, Corky, that maybe starting on port behind the fleet might actually work.
Well, exactly that. So NRV, who are in the bottom left corner, David Chapman, a previous winner of the Sailing Champions League. Again, nice position, and what you'd be like, well, that looks pretty good, but actually he's going to be pinned in that corner. If those other boats decide not to tack off, he's then dictated to by those other boats, unless he can cross them, which at the moment I'd say the boat above him, he's looking, and you can see he's looking, wanting to go, and only taking the option now. That opportunity has passed to be able to get across from the other side. So from that is great start, pinned himself towards that left-hand side, was a bit sort of dictated to by the other boats, but in a great position at the moment. Nice sort of breeze. It's really interesting now if you start to look at this overhead shot, there is still quite a bit of sort of swell rolling into the harbour, and so even though we're in a really sheltered area, it does really identify how much swell is rolling outside from sort of on that main course.
And I would imagine that going up the middle of the course where you're getting that funneling effect, that's probably where you're going to be getting the strongest breeze as well as the largest waves. So you probably still want to go for the entrance to the harbour, because that's going to be the most reliable breeze. Norddeutsche Regatta Verein already on ley line for that red mark, and that's how quickly these laps are coming up, and it looks like their pin end start is working very nicely for the German team, skippered by the Australian helmsman David Chapman, as they go round in first place. And let's see how smooth and slick this Jennica hoist will be. Incredibly good hoist there. Almost had the kite setting before the boat had even departed the mark. Around in second, Norwegians Asgard Strand, Sailforening, and third around could be Verein Segelhaus am Wannsee. And now this is the busy part of the pack, the middle of the fleet. Corky, how many passing opportunities do you anticipate on a short 3-lap course like this?
Well, this is it. It's sort of when we tighten that race course, not only have you got the issue of just going around and avoiding sort of the other boat, is there are going to be boats that are going to pick up penalties. Speaking to say the Portuguese team earlier this morning, they were saying that in their first race 4 penalties were handed out, and a penalty, it's suddenly, well, exactly what it is. It is a penalty. It suddenly impacts your position on that race course, and that could be enough to drop not just 1 place, 2 place. You could easily drop half the fleet really quickly. You can see the position here. So from what a shift coming down on that left-hand side, running that little bit more breeze, even though this starboard mark, so the one to the right of where NRV are coming in, is slightly closer, they actually suffered there from not getting that sort of puffer breeze, and that's going to be probably the biggest reason why there's going to be changes on this race course. This breeze is whistling through the buildings, over and trying to find its easiest way.
So now, who is going to come out best out of this split tack between the Germans in front of picture and on the far side, the Norwegians that made a really good gain on the leaders, and now it's neck and neck between Germany and Norway going up different sides of the racecourse. Which side will be the best side to choose? Norddeutsche Regatta Verein leading out towards the left-hand side. Asgard Strand Sailforening banking on the right-hand side of the course at the top of our screen right now. And breeze actually not that strong at the moment, so very saleable conditions here inside the harbour.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and that's the biggest thing, is these shifts are going to really play in. So we've got what you'd really try to avoid in a fleet race is this greatest separation. So you've got the lead 2 boats properly going out to either side of that race course. They're both sat in nice sort of breeze, looking at the speeds, very similar sort of speeds, 5.5 knots. And so again, matching their speeds on either side, similar sort of number of manoeuvres, trying to minimise the amount of manoeuvres, but just taking these tacks when required on the shift. But certainly look at the lift coming in from the Danish team, sort of up on that, the Norwegian team, sorry, up on that right-hand side. That's a massive gain coming in from that, and you can see the lift that they're creeping up. The good degrees change, and suddenly that's going to put NRV sort of on that back foot. Certainly sort of still they'll be in contention, and it's all about a consistency. But look at the change now.
Well, it certainly is a gain to the Norwegians. It looked a lot more in the picture, in the live picture, and actually it does. I mean, that looks a pretty good lead that the Norwegians have taken now. So, they're just
Big
shooting
header
for the mark. Will they be able to make it on momentum, or are they going to have to do the double tack? They've sort of done a half double tack, but it's just enough speed to get them safely round the racecourse. And we got a new leader, just keeping that boat in control on the hard bear away, and that's turned into a 3 boat length lead ahead of the Germans, which on this short course is not too bad at all. And these Norwegians are on a roll, winners of their own National Champions League just a week ago, Corky. So maybe benefiting from that recent victory and looking very race sharp. Oh, but hang on a moment. What do you see? I just see that kite drifting away.
Basically, it looked like sort of, so you can see the tack line down to the bowsprit. It's not been pulled down, so it's suddenly raised up. The kite became a lot more unstabilised, and that was it. So this is the interesting bit, where we're suddenly seeing NRVs just popping that jibe in slightly earlier. That was the place where they suffered last time. So will the repeat come down? Is there breeze filtering down, sort of more the middle part of this race course? We're in line with boat number 5 now. And will that breeze sort of filter again? But you can see David Chapman's going for a really low, swinging that sort of kite over in a goose wing sort of way, rather than actually trying to run it too tight onto the other side. So very interesting. They're all just trying to actually kite the boats downwind and hold it, rather than actually put a jibe in. Now he was just going into the jibe as that camera angle changed. So some interesting sort of tactics going where people are just trying to actually sail that lower distance, accept a slightly slower boat speed, but to give them a greater angle to then put a jibe in. But it looks like they're going to suffer a bit, because this is going to need another jibe for this ley line.
Yeah, it looked really fancy what the Germans were doing with that goose swinging, but I'm not convinced it actually did them much good. Meanwhile, the Norwegians have gone for the same mark they chose on the previous lap. It worked out really nicely for them. Norddeutsche Regattaverein still getting that Jenica back into the front of the boat. Nice drop there by the Germans. Quite soft breeze on both sides of the course right now, but will it come back good for the Norwegians at the top of picture? Because it certainly worked well on lap 2 for them.
Yeah, so sort of it's again pretty much a mirror image of exactly what just happened on that last leg, wasn't it? So here we go. We can see Norddeutsche Regattaverein just taking that tack slightly earlier to bring themselves over towards that right and try and defend it a little bit more. More so, again, I think, they're still battling for that race win. They're still after that. But you've really got to start now on this final sort of upwind leg to be protecting your results as well. It's not a matter of just being able to go, right, I'm cashing in, I'm just attacking the people in front. There's teams all locked and loaded behind them that still want their position. So you can see they've just taken that tack over the top. But it all looks pretty comfortable for the Norwegians, still up on that top part of the racecourse, coming in from the right-hand side. Yeah,
one less tack for them to have to do, going out that side. Really, really simple sailing for the Norwegians. It's amazing how easy it is to win these races and how difficult it is to fight, to hold your position in the middle of these races. But it's so shifty and gusty, you can never get complacent. You can never take anything for granted here, really.
No, and that's, we've seen that right-hand side offers that little bit of a lift. And again, sort of starting to go there, but look like they're possibly going to attack to try and force them back out towards the other side. So again, just separating themselves again and protecting. So, the Norwegians feel there is something over that right-hand side to protect. They basically were quite happy to put that tack straight in. But look at the gap, how much it's closed up. Not a great tack. The breeze has gone slightly softer. Again, they're starting to try and shoot that mark. Again, they tried shooting it fairly early last time and lost a lot of boat speed. But it was 3 boats separating them, or 3 boat lengths, sorry. But now look at that. You can see bow to transom. This is going to be right down to the finish and going to come down to the wire. Yeah, those Germans are breathing down their neck this time round. So Norddeutsche Regattaverein definitely closed the gap on Asgard Strandsailverein. And will David Chapman and his team bring that goose swinging into effect again to win tactical advantage on the Norwegians? They're certainly trying to drive low, and it's looking difficult right now for Norway to defend its lead. I think Germany have got themselves into a position where they can dictate the timing of the next manoeuvre. And that's it. There's got to be just heads out, looking behind, looking for that gust, looking for anything that might just create. So we look down between the gate marks. There is that darker patch of breeze shooting itself down through the middle. So from my side, I'd just sit there and hold them. Keep just holding them right to the point. Because basically they're going to have that inside line into the mark. But if they're held as long as they possibly can, but they seem comfortable with trying to chuck that jibe in. This has got to be a good jibe from both. He's, again, interesting, gone for that goose wing, and it just doesn't seem to trying to hold in the same position.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by it. Not in that particular tactical choice that there was to be made there. I thought maybe they would have done a mirror jibe with the leaders, but it looks like Norway have done enough here to be able to hold on to the race win. So a good win for Asgard-Strand Sailforening, who stole the lead off Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, who have to settle for second place. And then coming across the line, not too far behind in third place, Flensburger Segel Club, also from Germany. So good finishes for the two German teams in this lineup. And in fact, the next boat coming down behind will also be the other German team, Verein Segler Haus am Wannsee, followed closely by Royal Danish Yacht Club, KDY, just having to push up to get round the finish line. And then behind them, Regatta Club Oberhofen, the young team from Switzerland. And bringing up the rear, the Portuguese team, Sport Algés e de Fundo from Lisbon. 3 women, 1 man sailing together on that boat. Not sailed the J70 before, usually sailed the SB20 keel boat. And so a big learning curve for the Portuguese who bring up the rear on that race. It is first race of Flight 5 completed.
Yeah, really interesting because they were a lot higher. They were in that mix, as I say, when we were looking at them at that first win with Mark. But there were a couple of penalties handed out, and it just makes me wonder whether sort of they picked up one of those penalties, and that's what drew them towards the back of the fleet, and then sort of that was it, trying to fight their way back through. But it was interesting; they were a lot closer in the mix before at that first win with Mark. But, you know, that's the first race we've tuned in live to see. And already some really interesting tactics starting to play out, you know, from looking at trying to, you know, we pretty don't think it's not going to work or be advantageous, that sort of goose wing. And certainly in that motion, it would have been a better for them to jibe, do a mirror jibe, and if not, try and just use that additional speed to take that angle in and maybe close that gap on that finish line. But this is where, you know, speaking to a lot of the sailors, knowing that this race course was then going to be in the harbour, going to be this smaller sort of race course, people are starting to think a little bit out the box, trying to maybe come up with some different ways of dealing with that. And at the end of the day, it's going to come down to consistency. And so that's going to be the most important thing, getting in those solid results. See how we go.
And on that start, it was the Germans, Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, that won the pin end, and we wondered whether they were going to get the space to be able to attack when they wanted to, which they could. But next along from them, next down from the left-hand end of the start, was the eventual winner of the race, Asgard-Strand Sailforening. So just on the strength of that one race that we've seen there, it makes you wonder if going for the pin end, getting that clear air to put your bow down and go fast out to the left-hand side, is that the right move, or is there something to be said for tacking off early and going out to the right-hand side, which was the side, of course, that worked very well for Norway later on in the race?
Yeah, well, as I say, we've just tapped into this as from this midday side. Of course, it's a clearer, it's a sunnier day. The temperature's a little bit warmer than it was sort of yesterday. So all of these things are going to impact, obviously, the race course. We're tucked so much in and around with all of this shoreside around the cliffs. It's just going to act as one big sort of thermal conductor, and so it'll be interesting to how much that's going to impact the race course as the day goes on, and are we going to see changes in where that wind's coming through due to those temperatures.
And you can see the rolling swell that's coming through from out to sea, and quite big waves for what's a very sheltered harbour. And out to sea, the waves apparently are more than 2 meters high, just huge. And when you think that you've got to try and change teams over using ribs, so you sit on the mothership when you're watching races, which is a large sort of passenger ferry kind of boat, and then you get put onto a rib and you get motored across to the boat that you're going to race, the J70, and then you've got to swap 2 teams out, and all the boats going up and down in a 2 meter sea-sickening kind of swell. You can see why they brought the racing inside.
Yeah, so it's an important call. At the end of the day, all the sailors are hungry to go out. We all want to go out. We all want to have that excitement. But at the end of the day, you've got to remember there's 8 J70s out there. There's all the sailors from a safety element that have got to be applied. Someone's got to take the fall. There's got to be the risk assessment. There's got to be the damage control. And at the end of the day, that's where the decisions are made. Whether you 100% agree with them and wish to see it, it's got to be in that controlled environment. And at the end of the day, again, there is the racing. Everyone is out there racing. They're back-to-back. We haven't got the mothership doing the changeover. They're all got the ribs that are individually shuttling people straight to the dock right alongside us and where the club is. And because of that, the racing's turning over even quicker. But as you can see, just from that swell rolling in, it's a nice little bit of motion for it, but it's still relatively calm in this side. We've, across the wind range over the last sort of few races, on average, it's generally been about 10, 12 and a half sort of knots, so quite significantly lower than where it was due to be. So we started out with a good sort of 20 odd knots and so on, but again, by being in this slightly sheltered harbour, where say you can pan round towards that left side in that camera view, you can see the shelteredness that they're getting from this coastline, but then just the other side of it, as I say, the white water, for us to be able to see that and identify it from that height and angle is certainly pretty different to what we've got on our race course.
This is the latest I've been in the year that I've been out here to Porto Cervo, Corky. The place pretty much goes into shutdown, and we've only got one final night to be able to enjoy a pizza in the local restaurant before the very last pizza in town shuts down. But looking at this weather, you wonder why has everyone gone home so early?
It's this, to be honest, this is champagne sailing, isn't it, really? Breeze and so on. And completely agree. Just seems like the season's been cut short, obviously, with things that have happened over this last year or two has created all sorts of change and people's focus and how events are run, and this one's being run, as I say, extremely carefully. There's a lot of protocols that still have to go through, but does seem why it's not just stretched that little bit further, certainly to the end of October or even further. But again, likewise with yourself, this is the latest I've ever been here, and whether suddenly we get on an aeroplane and leave and it suddenly snows, I don't really know. So we could just be chomping at the bit to want to see more racing, and it's just again fantastic to see racing of this calibre back out on water and everyone back enjoying the sport of sailing.
3 minutes till the next start, and this is race 2 of Flight 5, and we will get to see the current series leaders, Espoo Segelförening from Finland, taking part in this race, and that's another one of the teams, I think, from Finland, and I'm just going to check who that is. I think that is Brando Seglare, skippered by Ville Korhonen, along with Edward Bremer, Jari Bremer and Magnus Borg. But the ones to watch out for are the Espoo Segelförening from Finland, who are leading after they've had some fantastic scores. Second, first and second in the first 4 flights. So really consistent. And there we're looking at the Italians, I think that is the Aeronautica Militare, representing basically the Italian Air Force.
And it was really interesting hearing in the skipper's brief this morning about obviously a team mentioning sort of, could you put marks on sheets, could you kind of start to identify them, but because all the teams rotate round all of the boats, it's actually against the rules to be able to do that. Is that all the boats are mirror images of every single one, not allowed to put any marks on it because it will be completely irrelevant to the next team or anything else. So from that, shows how pure this racing is. You're just jumping into the same boat, all different ones, and that's how it should be, a neutral playing field. And so it all comes down to your boat handling skills and what you're putting out there on that race course.
But I mean, that's really prescriptive, isn't it, when you can't even put marker pen marks on the ropes? That's really one design when you're not allowed to do that.
It's one of the fundamentals that we all live and breathe on, having some calibration to be able to give you a setting or an idea to work off, and without that suddenly it's another thing you have to think about, and on top of everything else going on, it's pretty busy on that race course, and suddenly having that bit where you're able to just look down at that calibration and go, bang, that's the place I need it to be, is, very interesting, but a pretty strict ruling on it.
Yeah. Now, we've got just about a minute to go, I think, unless we are, I don't know if we've been, we're minute 40, okay. So they've got their jibs rolled in at the moment. You'll see those jibs roll out with a few seconds to go before the start. And the question is, we've got this start line. We're looking right down it between the two orange marks in the middle of the screen. Which end of the line? That's what they're going to be thinking about right now. What's going to do us the best favour? And the boat that we want to watch out for, particularly the one I'm highlighting, is boat number 8, and that is Espoo Segelforening from Finland.
Again, personal preference, some jibs out, some not. Any sort of advantage on that, or is it literally just a control factor?
I think it's less to think about. That's 1 minute to the start. It's something that doesn't really make a lot of difference until you're looking for the final few seconds of manoeuvring, at which point I would say you do want to get your jib out. It gives you a little bit more slow speed boat control when the rudder's really not working that effectively for you. And now they're doing their final turn back towards the line, and we saw the race won effectively from the pin end of the line on the previous race. Is the pin end going to be the place that favours the sailors this time round? We're on board with Brando Seglare from Finland at the helm, Vil Korhonen.
Well, after seeing that last race, a lot of people trying to defend that right-hand side. So again, does that skew, even though there's this port hand bias towards the mark closest to us, and that's where you'll see the bows go down, surely the jibs come out and draw it to it. But are you better actually starting halfway up the line and being able to force your way towards the right to protect it? But a pretty dicey manoeuvre at the top end of that start line. It looked like someone was over the line, so I believe it's the Royal Swedish Yacht Club that went off round the end and now looping back round.
Looks like two boats thought they had to go back, so an expensive start for those two boats, KSS and whoever the other one was. We'll find out for you in a moment. It's Espoo Segelforening. They are the leaders of the regatta overall, and they are the early leaders in this race right now.
So again, everyone just kind of factoring in this middle part of the race course, trying to settle in, try and get into that first shift. These three, again, this is going to be the interesting thing. You're going to be so dictated. If you're boat number 1 or boat 4, there's a bit of space for boat 4, but boat number 1 here is pinned completely. They are dictated only by boat number 4, and you can see them trying to squeeze a little bit of a gap to try and force them early, but all this is going to do is pin them onto that port lay line, and your options are gone. Any shifts that come towards that right, you're going to struggle. And then as you come in towards that pin end, you are really coming in on the port end towards that windward mark, you're going to be so reliant on the rest of the other boats and having a bit of an overlap to enable you to tack in at that mark. Otherwise things could get really, really interesting. So the Italians just out in front there, they're going to be the ones, boat number 4, that boat number 6, the purple one, are going to be the one that are going to cause the most amount of problems for the Swiss team now, which you can see are just starting to drop off the hip of these other boats.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely the Italians who are in control right now. They came off about third up the line from the pin, but they managed to climb inside the other two closer to the pin, and now they're giving dirty air to their rivals from the left-hand side of the course. And it's the Aeronautica Militare that are about to go into their last tack of this first beat. The Italians leading around the first mark. Nicola Bertola, Giancola Simioli, and Marco Balbi and Giovanna Banetta getting up that kite and getting it set super quickly.
Great hoist. So again, it's just giving them that little bit of breathing space from these other two boats. So actually by just having that little bit of space away from them, you can see that extra boat length is going to matter, but they're sailing quite a high angle sort of to come up and get into that breeze. So even though the other ones are going slightly slower, they are sailing that lower angle, which could create a problem again with the size of these spinnakers when they come to jibe and try and bring it across in. Here we go. So boats peeling out now and going into these jibes.
So that's jibe executed from the boat at the back of the Fleet Yacht Club Gdansk. from Poland. Out in front, just out of picture, Aeronautica Militare. And the early jiber, I think, was Brando Seglare.
We've also got the Swiss.
Yeah.
Who have that was it. So we saw them drive out quite early, but they're on that sort of inside run. They got that gust. So there's clearly every so often bit of breeze just filters down, and our camera angle is going to be slightly deceptive. But if you look at the speed sort of conditions on there, they are about a knot quicker than everybody at the moment. So that little breeze was enough of a significant gain. And certainly on a race course like this, it's about taking small gains. It's about taking every opportunity. But I can imagine that where this race course is, there are probably a lot of shifts out on that race course. So it's that decision, which ones to take, which ones are just going to be a bit of a red herring and throw you into it, or which ones are actually going to become beneficial.
Well, a really good run by Segler Vereinigung Kreuzlingen from Switzerland, but not a very good kite drop from them. But we see them going up the far side of the course, the right-hand side, while it's the Italians, Aeronautica Militare, that continue to lead going out to the left-hand side. But this was the place where we saw the lead change on the previous race. So now the question is, will... Oh, this is back on board. That's with...
Swedish.
Oh, yeah, KSSS from Sweden. Just going into attack.
Trying to make back any sort of ground they can, really, to, again, sort of an error early on, which was being over that line early, force them back into it, but they're doing everything they possibly can. Definite advantage to that right again. So, again, it's interesting, because now that's the second time. I don't think you suddenly gamble and put all your money over that side, but protecting that middle to right-hand side's got to certainly be an option.
You would think so. I mean, if you've been watching the previous race and you'd seen how that one had played out and how Norddeutscher Regatta Verein lost the lead by going into the sort of the more harbour side of the course, the seaside, the sort of the entrance side of the course, seems to be paying off on the second leg of these races, and that's exactly what's happened for Segler Vereinigung Kreuzlingen, who have now taken the lead from the Italians, and they now tack back on with the Italians. They want to try and hold them out to the ley line. So the Swiss really trying to defend that lead now quite aggressively against the Italians. And look how lumpy it is for the Italian boat. Just bumping into a couple of sloppy waves there. Hard to keep the boat speed on. Not even really hiking out very much. So the breeze is quite soft at times. It's the Swiss that hold the lead now. They have taken control of this race from Italy. And Esbo's Segelvereinigung not too far behind them either. So this race has really tightened up, and we're just coming around the windward mark for the second time. It's a 3-lap race, so we've still got quite a bit of runway left. But it's Esbo Segelvereinigung that have now... No, sorry, it is the Segelvereinigung Kreuzlingen who are now ahead of Italy, closely followed by Esbo Segelvereinigung, who are leading the series overall right now.
So again, looking at that breeze, as you were saying, that breeze going a lot softer towards that sort of part of the ring. They were up to about 11.5 sort of knots. Now we're down to about 7.5, 8 knots. So quite a massive difference in breeze across that race course. And that's where we saw the Swiss make a big gain in that breeze on the way downwind, gain that first sort of shift, took that gust on the way down and made a big sort of speed difference. Now with this breeze going softer, suddenly that sea weight plays a huge difference. But then that comes down to when the boat handling is. When do you put that tack in? How do you, it's not just a matter of just chucking a tack in from tactically and positioning where you want, but actually becomes more of a problem of boat handling. If you tack into one of these waves, we're going to see those boats stall.
I'm surprised that we didn't see boats jibe off a little bit earlier on this run, because we see the early jibe generally paying off, and none of the leaders have done that. They've all stuck with the straight set and carried on starboard jibe.
But if you look at that, there's definitely the long jibe down on that starboard jibe and playing it all the way down. So, from a coaching perspective, that's what you're taught to do. You're taught to sail the long jibe first, bring yourself those options as it comes further down. So the only reason I don't think a lot of people jibed out then was due down to that breeze, is that breeze had softened, but it has clicked round to that right. So you can see the angles that the boats are coming down at. Actually, the breeze has moved round towards that right, so not a great rounding from the leading boat, the Swiss boat. So again, the boat handling error is starting to creep in, and sort of with the pressure, and that can easily set the Italians up here in a much better line. But from that is that the breeze, with it going slightly softer, I just don't think offered that gust, that extra bit of speed to take that jibe earlier. But with that breeze moving around to the right, it then, if not, made that long jibe even longer. But it's going to be an interesting bit here. Now, the Swiss team can see them settling up, looking for every bit of speed that you can get. But just off their hip, the Italians are actually their better position as they came out of that leeward mark. So this cross is going to be pretty vital as we come back in.
Looks like they just get away with it. So Tom Ruger steering the boat, steering the Swiss boat just across the bow of the Italian boat. But meanwhile, who's that coming back on the far side? We've seen that do very well previous times. How's it going to work out this time for Esbo Segelvereinigung, trying to get back in to contention for the lead of this race? It actually looks like the right's not paid quite so well this time, Corky. It looks like the left-hand sided boats that we're looking at, middle of screen, have done okay.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because anyone that's gone over to the right early, I think gets some kind of impact from the shoreline on that right corner. But then from about halfway across, when they start getting a bit closer towards that windward mark, they then start to get this starboard lift. So actually, looking at the racecourse and what we're starting to figure out and using the analytics is that using that left-hand side of the racecourse to start with, but then bringing yourself back towards the middle and out towards the right, halfway up the racecourse, is giving you the advantage. You're getting a bit of a kick on port as it goes over towards that side, but then, as we can see, the lead boat just take that little knock now and start to step into that header. So I think if you punch out towards the right too soon, I think that land mass just on that right side is impacting and creating some convergence of any way that's then soaking down, and you come away from that shoreline on more of a heading tack until you clear, get into the entrance and suddenly get that clearer breeze, and that's when that lift comes. But look at the seaway behind running in the background. Yeah, looks like we're in totally two different worlds and two different race courses, and kind of reminds me of Rio a little bit, sort of with out in the outer race courses, the breeze, and then bringing it onto the TV course in the middle was very sheltered as well.
It would be a very different game out there, wouldn't it, if they just went a few hundred metres further out to sea. It looks so different out there. We've just done the hoist there with Brando Seglare, Ville Korhonen and his crew, but at the front it's the Swiss, Segelvereinigung, Kreuzlingen, who now have a healthy lead over the Italians, Aeronautica Militare, followed by Esbo's Segelvereinigung in third place. That third place will be their worst score so far for the Finns, but it will probably still be enough to keep them in the overall lead of the competition, having had first and seconds in their other flight races so far. But the Swiss have now done their final jibe. That should be the final manoeuvre. No one, I don't think, is going to take this race away from Segelvereinigung, Kreuzlingen. Tom Ruger and his crew sailing a masterful race, sticking to the left-hand side of the course when it paid off. That's Tom Ruger, Michael Herrmann, Jens Lichtblau and Stefan Staheli, who win the race. Congratulations to them. Big high five between Tom Ruger and Michael Herrmann. Super happy about that. Second place across the line in the pink boat, Aeronautica Militare. Tight racing. It looks like Royal Swedish Yacht Club, from being over the line early, have come back and taken third place. What a comeback for them, and what a disappointment for the leaders of this regatta, Esbo Segelvereinigung, who somehow give away another place. And it's a photo finish across the line between Brando Seglare and Bandholm Sail Club from Denmark. It looks like the Finns might... Oh, no, it looks like the Danes have got that in the photo finish. So Bandholm just move ahead of Brando Seglare. And then bringing up the rear, it's Yacht Club Gdansk from Poland. Not really in this race. But really good sailing by Tom Ruger and the rest of the Swiss team representing Kreuzlingen. And just walking past our commentary position, it's the Orange Tango men from Russia. and they are. I mean, if any of them go overboard today, Corky, they're going to be easy to spot in the water, aren't they?
That's going to be a scoop them straight back up. There's no defining that there. They're not going to be seen. But what was fundamental about that last race was that one early jibe, that one jibe into that pressure. We saw it in the last race. Again, it's not always there, so it shows how much you got to keep your eyes on the boat. Try and keep that still being a bit more proactive rather than reactive to what's the breeze out there. Taking that early jibe, and that's where we saw just then the lead boat take that pressure, take that acceleration down the middle part of the race course. There was a good extra knot and a half, 2 knots quicker than some of the boats on the race course, allowed them to stretch out. Of course, doesn't mean that wraps the race up for them, so some very clever, sensible sailing, defensive sailing to hold on for that race win. But that's it, one game-changing move through that race, set them up for the win. And again, as you highlighted, Andy, the Royal Swedish Yacht Club over at the start line, you know, really struggling for those first couple of laps, but then to squeeze up to third at the end. So it shows that there's a lot of place changing going on, and you can't be complacent.
That was a critical gain for KSSS, just moving up from 4th to 3rd on that final run, overtaking the series leaders, Esbo Segelverening, whose scores now read 2-1-1-2, and then a 4th in that race. Really disappointing for them by their high standards. And importantly for the Swiss, who won that race, they are now just a point behind the series leaders. So the Swiss from Kreuzlingen have really moved themselves up into contention for winning this competition based on the way that we saw them sail just then.
Well, as we talked about before going on to the water in the intro, is that everyone is just vying for those top 4 spots. That's it, isn't it, really? Sort of you want to be the one that comes out on top. We know that's the best place to be. It's stamping your authority. It's carrying a race win going into that Final 4. But as long as you're into that Final 4, the opportunity is to come away from that win. So out of all of this qualification, that's how this system works. So 29 boats out on the water, racing these races in the flights, all with one aim, to step into that Final 4, so then it can be fought out over those last couple of races and decide who's going to be crowned champion of Sailing Champions League 2021.
Well, will it be Yacht Club Polski Gdynia, who we're looking at now, the champions of the Polish Sailing League? Rafał Sawicki, Adam Kaja, Piotr Szwok and Maciek Kruszek representing Poland and Gdynia, and they're up against their teammates Gdansk. So we've got Gdynia and Gdansk representing the 2 Polish teams here. 29 teams in total, 15 nations. Turkey, a first-time participant in the Sailing Champions League. So good to see some competition coming in from other countries, and the whole league concept continues to thrive. We're looking at the Dutch team there. So we will come back to the next racing, but firstly we will bring you some highlights from Kiel, where we had one of the qualifiers for the Sailing Champions League. We'll show you that first.
That's it. I'm ready.
There were some times last year where there were fewer regattas because of it, so I guess I only realized I like it more.
It's wonderful. It's very nice to finally get to go to competitions and have a lot of fun.
It's a very good location. People can see it from shore.
Everybody can see what it's all about in this sport, and it is not the easiest one.
Family members or friends can come here, watch us sailing, or just people who are walking by.
The wind is changing both in terms of wind shifts and wind strength.
I love wind, a lot of fun.
Makes the racing very much exciting.
As a sailing city is a great place for sure.
Qualification for the Sailing Champions League.
What is happening? I think we have some penalties. Ollie, are you there? What is happening?
Drama.
drama on the water.
Nick, Nilo, Cedric, Lauren, and Nicholas just got the win.
Okay.
I'm really happy for our club that they trust us and gave us the opportunity to compete with the big guys, with the strong guys.
We sailors, we cannot live without it. It's like freedom for us. So let's hope the world will be safe and we have our regattas.
It's really nice to just get out and free my mind, really.
I've learned that I really enjoy spending time in the boat. I really noticed that it's a big part of my life.
That was the qualifier for the Sailing Champions League, and that was won by the young team, skippered by Nick Zeltner, Regatta Club Oberhofen youth team. None of them any older than 20 years old, and to win that qualifier, incredible. But Corky, how are they getting on here?
So it seems like they've had a bit of a roller coaster event so far. They were creeping themselves up to 8th by sort of flight 3, and then the last couple of flights have seen them struggle. So the last, certainly from today's racing, they slipped themselves down to 21st. So quite a big lot of work to do now to climb themselves back up that leaderboard, certainly with some of the consistency of these lead sort of boats.
So we are just about to bring you the next flight, next race of Flight 5. This is race 3, and we've got representatives from Austria, Segel Club Matzi, from France, Yacht Club de Cherbourg, from Finland, Olandska Segel Salskapet, and then we've got 2 Dutch teams, G-Speak and Almere Central. We've got Poland, Gdynia. We've got Kieler Yacht Club from Germany, and the host club, Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, representing Italy, with 35 seconds to go. Let's see if that local knowledge of Yacht Club Costa Smeralda will come into play for that young team from Italy. They probably know this harbour better than anybody else, but have they ever raced in this harbour? It seems like it's a very rare occasion whenever anyone gets to race in the harbour of Porto Cervo. So this is new experience for everyone. 14 seconds to go. And wow, there's a lot of space down the pin end of the line. That is Almere Central from the Netherlands with the green number 4, closest to our screen. Looks like they're going to claim the pin end, but is it going to be over? It looks like a lot of boats over there. Surely some of these boats are going to have to turn back, but have they even got the space to do so? Boat number 3 trying to slow down, waiting for the rest of the fleet to go past. This is going to be very, very difficult for some of the boats to come back from this.
Yeah, with such a tight pack. So looking at that looks the Polish team, YKP, Gdynia, looked like they were going back and did everything they possibly could, but look at the gap. That's sort of already panned down. Everyone else has packed down. Still interesting. I was just, that camera view's just gone out of shot now. When we had the wider angle, you could see the flag still up. So be interesting. It's still up. So the question is, there is someone still on that race course that was over the line or late peel out.
Oh, so who's that turning back now? That's going to hurt. That looks like it is Yacht Club Costa Smeralda. It's the local Italian team that have actually hoisted the Jenica. They're so far up the course, they've had to hoist the Jenica just to get back down and restart. So there are no local favours for the local team. If you're over, you're over, even if you're from the host club of Yacht Club Costa Smeralda.
What a call, though, to call that late up the course and so on. If you've got that gut feeling that sort of you could have been pushing it, then to make that call from there, I would be stunned if they even get close to being able to chip away at any of these other boats. When
Could it be a radio call? I mean,
well, it looked like it was sort of, they even made that call, whether it's a radio call to them, whether one of the umpire boats just comes and drops it to them. Certainly looked like they were unaware of it until a message was relayed to them. But that's going to be, detrimental to their race now.
Well, how could they do anything but finish last in this race? It's hard to imagine Yacht Club Costa Smeralda coming back from such a big turn down to go back to restart. But meanwhile, up at the front, it's very close between the Dutch and the French. Who's going to be first around? It's the Yacht Club of Cherbourg from France, closely followed by the Dutch. But there's really nothing in it. Look how tightly packed this group is right now.
The kite's caught on the spreader in the second boat, the Dutch boat, Amir Central. So you can see the kite getting stuck sort of now. It's starting to wind up, but it got stuck on the inside. So basically what the kite's done is they've allowed the halyard to drop back, and as the boom's gone out so they can bear away, the halyard's then trapped itself behind the sail and the back of the actual spreader, which are the horizontal sections sticking out from the mast to give it the support in the mast and the bend that it needs to be able to set the sail. So once it gets caught there, you could see that kite wasn't setting, and now they're drawn right back into the pack. So it gives the French team, Yacht Club de Cherbourg, out in front a little bit of space, a bit of broom space. But again, will there be this gust down this middle, and will any of the boats that have taken that jibe out early take that advantage?
Certainly, as you say, Corky, that was a lot of breathing space given to them by the boat handling error on the Dutch boat. We're on board with the French, looking back at their competition. Actually, that is the Dutch boat Almere Central.
They were the ones that had the problem with the kite, and you can see how much they've been drawn back into the pack. So this is going to get really interesting with this mark rounding. Are they all going to favour that furthest mark away, the left-hand mark, or are some going to try and soak here? They're all far up there, but this is going to now... Can you get round this mark cleanly? Are there going to be some penalties handed out?
Yacht Club de Cherbourg going round in the lead, and you can see the other boats yet to go round. It's going to be really busy going round the other mark. And I thought it looked a bit soft on the breeze for the French, but it's so much of a traffic jam going round the other mark that this is giving the French some more breathing room. And if I was Cherbourg, I'd be thinking about an early tack to go over and cover that far side. It's quite a healthy lead that the French have got, but you can never take any lead for granted.
No, so this breeze sort of, again, just up and down, anywhere going down to sort of 9 knots, but up to sort of 12 knots and so on. So it's still there, but some pretty big sort of changes in wind shift now. Sort of everything got quite a lot of movement. It's slowly been tracking around towards that right-hand side a little bit more from when we started the live view, so it is continually moving round there. The breeze starting again to soften across the whole course, so we've got around 9 knots across the whole thing, but again it is moved round towards the right by at least sort of 15, 18 degrees, so it has slowly given that right-hand side that little bit of favouritism. But with this softer breeze, again, we highlighted it a little bit with the sea weight. Suddenly you've got to consider when you're putting your manoeuvres in this sea weight. If you do a bad tack in this situation when that breeze goes soft, that's one tack that can then cost you a place, if not more, in positioning. So again, this tack's going to be important. You can see the sea weight as they come off that wave and back down.
And it's been a big gain on the right-hand side. So the French really have given away a lot of their lead by going round that far mark compared with everybody else. And this is an opportunity for Åländska Segelsällskapet from Finland to really attack, because now the French have tacked on the lee bow position, but if the Finns can actually hold their line there, then they are in a controlling position on the French, with the Dutch from Almere Central not far behind them either. But it looks like the French are doing just enough to hold that lee bow position, especially with that bit of a header that they're just coping with now. And it is the French just shooting the breeze slightly to be able to make the mark, but they hold on to the lead just, but they've given away that healthy lead. It's a lead of less than 2 boat lengths now on Åländska Segelsällskapet from Finland. We're on board with the Dutch going round in 3rd place.
So again, that right-hand side still holding something that people aren't protecting enough. But the early jibe going in again, the angle much greater sort of on this angle. Interesting jibing sort of at that position, again with the dirty air and this bundle of boats all coming through. But the angle looks really high sort of as that they were coming out of that jibe. So holding on and staying on this starboard jibe definitely looked the more beneficial thing to do.
I like what the French have done with that early jibe. To me, that looks like, even though they're sailing away from their two rivals that are sailing towards the large super yacht on the right-hand side of the screen, I think that's a good defensive move by Cherbourg.
Well, it's interesting, by getting that early jibe in, it draws you again. It's cliche to say, but it's like chess, isn't it? It's you're thinking far enough in front. It's not so much where you're just jibing, it's where you want to position. If you want that left-hand mark to defend going out towards that right side of course, and so when I'm saying left-hand mark, I mean the furthest one away is in picture. If you're trying to defend that side of the race course, then actually it's an early way of coming back across to it. As you say, quite a defensive way of sailing and protecting that side. So they clearly don't want to go round this near side mark, because that was what cost them last time.
Absolutely. They had the best mark rounding, but it was around the wrong mark. And the French have learnt from that mistake. Their early jibe has given them a bit more breathing room back, and now they are firmly in the lead again. And we see boat number 4, Almer Central, coming down to this mark, but in not much breeze. And I think the Dutch are going to make the same mistake that we saw the French make. I don't think that this mark that we're seeing now is the one to go around with this breeze in this direction, and now that it's softened out a little bit.
No, quite a big sort of shift through towards the left-hand side, though. So this breeze is going slightly softer, but looking like it's clocking back round. But now it's just starting to move back. So actually looking at sort of the wind data over the last sort of 10-15 minutes, it's become really quite sort of erratic in the last sort of 10 minutes, where there is a lot more movement. There has been a quite consistent sort of few shifts coming through, but it's now becoming a lot more sort of erratic, and you're getting a lot more sort of 10-15 degrees movement across these shifts, which you weren't seeing earlier in the day. So something we talked about a little bit was, as the day goes on, as things heat up, as the land heats up and creates that sort of thermal conductor, are we going to see the wind become more erratic? Is that something that's going to now be a bit more of a nature of that, which again is going to open up this race course? So now if we look at this course, where Yacht Club de Cherbourg are coming back across, actually sort of the angles that they're sailing at are quite a lot further down than they were on the last leg. So there's some quite big movement here, and it's going to present plenty of opportunity. But just for the second boat there, taking that tack straight in front, they've got to control the boat behind as well. And this is this choice of sort of taking an attacking position or a defending one. Sort of, yes, you'd like to win a race, but you're better off finishing second and not suddenly third or fourth, because you've allowed the boats behind you to attack you.
So Yacht Club de Cherbourg on the left of screen, protecting their lead against Olandska Segelsalskapet from Finland in second place, who did that hard tack on the Dutch. So that's our 1, 2, 3. And we see the fourth boat, Segel Club Matze from Austria, also beginning to get a little bit of space back on the top 3, because the top 3 really were on a bit of a breakaway. Can the Austrians come in and upset this top 3? At the moment, it's France round in first, it's Finland round in second, Netherlands round in third, and then closely followed by Austria in fourth. So this might have turned into a 4-horse race. We'll see. And we saw that early jibe by the French on the previous run. Who will be the first to jibe this time round? Because it seemed to be a winning move for the French on the previous run.
But it was more because of their defending position into that mark. Now being this is the straight run through down to the finish, you potentially don't need to get that early enough of an earlier jibe to protect that mark. Sort of just taking that shift when you can and sailing that lower angle. And as long as you're defending from the boats behind, I think you're generally in going to be quite a good shape. So again, I think that's a great position to take that jibe in. They've got the angles from both ways, got boats sort of separated. I think a pretty solid defensive manoeuvre there, and but even looking at that angle, they might have to come back again, or if not, go softer and take that angle down. All speeds very similar between those leads, sort of 3-4 boats, sitting around 6.5, just pushing up to sort of 7 knots But then as that breeze softens, just dropping to the other side of 6. So
it's going to be a straightforward win in the end for Yacht Club de Cherbourg, skippered by Maxime Mesnil with Grégoire Napoli, Swampin and Alexis Loison. And congratulations to them. You might recognise, if you're an offshore sailor, the name of Alexis Loison, a former winner of the Rolex Fastnet race. Across the line in second, Åländska Segelsällskapet from Finland, and then closely followed by the Dutch representing WSV Almere Central. And a little bit back from them, we will see in 4th place Segel Club Matzi from Austria coming across for 4th place. But Corky, what a start that we saw. We saw one boat turn back fairly early, but Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, they are going to finish last in this race, and no surprise after turning back so late on the first beat.
No, so as we mentioned, is that it has that feeling of they had an inkling of it, but didn't act on anything, and it was like a radio call came through. It was like one of the umpires came and gave them a nudge at that point. Because it seemed very late to turn back, to the point where you then have to hoist your spinnaker to get you back downwind quick enough to try and bring yourself back into it. But yeah, that is going to be very, very costly. And this is where sort of when the points are this tight on the leaderboard, suddenly throwing an 8th in, that could, at the end of the day, sink your regatta completely. So you look at the lead 2-3 boats, 4 boats, and lead 3 boats certainly hadn't dropped out of the top 4, and then on from there. So carrying a penalty of an 8th place is going to be pretty damning for them.
Well, if Yacht Club de Cherbourg can carry on like that, then maybe they have a chance of doing well in this regatta. But at the moment, even with that first place, that only moves them up to 15th overall, because their previous scores were 3rd, 8th and 5th. So the French seem to have found a bit of mojo in that race, not something that we'd seen from them earlier. So a really, really good win for them, considering that just 2 races ago they finished last in their race. And then conversely, Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, same part of the leaderboard in 14th. They finished 8th and last in that race. Such a shame for them after winning their first 2 heats yesterday. A 1-1-4-5-8 for the young team from the host club of Yacht Club Costa Smeralda. So that's how easy it is to be inconsistent here.
And that's it. It's going to come down to that. Would you rather have a 2nd and a 3rd, or a 3rd and a 4th, or win a race, but then if you suddenly finish 8th for the next one, that's going to be the things that are costly. But we can see the mistakes creep in, and with the number of races and the calibre of the sailors, that is the opportunity. It's so easy to pick up one bad race, one bad early pre-start or anything in that situation that just draws that result down, and that could change the regatta completely. You've got 28 other teams all hungry, breathing down your neck, and so one mistake and you get punished for it.
And no team is disgracing themselves here. Even the Portuguese in last place, in 29th, have got a 3rd in their heat earlier this morning. So everyone is capable of good scores here, and that's partly the nature of this racing. It's really difficult to be consistent on such a short race course because you can't use your boat speed advantage. You don't have enough runway to show that you can sail the boat faster than everybody else. It's mostly about being in the right place at the right time, and part of that is skill and part of that is luck.
Very much so. And again, a lot of these sailors, bar doing their qualifying, all sail different boats, or as we spoke earlier about the Portuguese sailing the SB20, then, that's the interesting sort of element of that. They normally sail that, so to jump into the J70 is very different, as well as a baptism of fire to race straight into it.
Well, talking of those Portuguese, let's find out a little bit more about them in an interview that we did with them earlier today.
There are many reasons to be happy here in Porto Cervo, and one of them is that I'm talking to the Portuguese team, SAD. So, Carolina, you're the skipper. Tell us, how has it been for you in Porto Cervo so far? It looks challenging out there on the water.
No, for sure it's challenging. For us, it's the first time in G70, because in Portugal we do the league in SB20. So our fleet is SB20. So for us, it's the first time in the boat. We are still learning. But it's being nice. We are having fun. We love this racing, this racing type. So we are happy.
One thing that concerns me is there's 4 of you, and none of you look particularly big. I would have thought you'd need a little bit more weight for the J70.
That's the problem. Like we sail in SP20, normally we are 4 girls, so we have the 270 kilos, so it's fine. One of the girls couldn't make it. We wanted to be 5 girls, but one of the girls is injured, so we asked João to come. Like he's been in my team for a long time, and so he's here with us, with the girls.
João, normally it's 1 or 2 women on board a boat of men, but here you are, the one man.
Definitely. It's challenging because, no, they don't scream too much, but when there are 4 girls sailing in the SP20 in Portugal, they scream a lot.
So how have you managed to stop them screaming here in Porto Cervo?
Oh, they didn't start screaming yet. Yeah, yet. Yesterday we had not so great day because it was our first time, as Carolina said, and there was not a lot of screaming in the boat. So I think it's good. When it went bad, there was no one being upset about the other one. So that's a good team environment.
That is very impressive. But I did hear one of you say "yet" about the screaming. So what's your name, and when does the "yet" come in?
My name is Joanna, and I think the "yet" will. I think it won't come up because we sail together. At least the female crew, we sail together. So I think it will be fine because we know what we want and we don't need to talk a lot. So I think João had a huge advantage because he's in a crew that has been sailing for a long time, more than any year. So I think that's why we don't scream a lot and we won't do it in the future.
And what do you do on board? What's your job?
I'm the kite trimmer and a little bit of tactics.
So this kite is enormous. That Jenica is massive. How do you pull it in?
Yes, I think it is much bigger than the SB20. I have a lot more difficulty because of the strength. But even though, because we are doing these short races, I think it is a lot more of maneuvers and not about trimming. So I think it is fine. At least for now, it is fine.
Introduce me to your teammate on your right.
Okay, so here is Federica, and Federica like Italian name, not Portuguese name, and she's the main trimmer.
So Federica, how is the main trimming going for you? You've got to be quick with these gusts bulleting down onto the water. You've got to release the sail quickly, I would think.
Yeah, actually here it's Carolina who is taking the main sail because we can, the 3 of us, we can go outside. So I basically just put the backstay, the traveler, and basically it's Carolina who is.
Well, I mean, we need all the weight outside.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have a special rule for you, do you? That the crew are allowed to sit outside of the boat, whereas the other team are not. The other teams have to stay in the boat. Is that right?
No. I think in this league, the class rule doesn't apply. So it means that just the helm can be inside and all the crew can be outside, and all the teams are doing that because you really need to have the weight outside because your boat needs to be flat. So we are actually looking to the other teams and trying to learn. If they are doing okay, well, let's try it.
It's a lot to learn in a short time, isn't it? And I would imagine you're trying to eat as much primi piatti and secondi piatti and dessert as possible while you're here.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's a pretty nice place to do it as well, isn't it?
It is amazing. And people are nice, and it's a great place. Food is good.
Of the water.
Well, I hope you don't find out too much about the temperature of the water. Try and stay on the boat, but to SAD, I hope you put a smile on your faces this week. We wish you the very best of luck.
That's for sure. The smile is always on.
All right, that's Team SAD from Portugal, and we'll see how they go. Carolina and the rest of the crew, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
So we're just into race 4 of Flight 5, and you can see it's very tightly contested right now. We've got the Russians from ZID Art Sailing Team in the lead, just ahead of Norway, BI Athletics Sailing, and the Turks, Hey Beliada Sus Bolari. And so we got very, very international lineup and some new nations showing that they know their way around these racetracks in Porto Cervo as well. But this is the tightest rounding that we've seen so far today, Corky.
Yeah, really interesting. Looking at sort of the Turkish team trying to shoot a breed, and there was no way they were going to do that. And you can see parked right next to that mark, trying to squeeze round, but it's held the other sort of 3 boats up. But they all headed out mid-right quite early on. And because of that, that's why it's so compact. So we're going to see some jibes out. The Turkish have got to take this jibe out early to ensure that they can give themselves some clear air. If they sit here much longer, there's the jibe as it goes in. But again, took their time to do it, and so they'll have suffered pressure-wise to start with until they kind of get away from the fleet. I say boat number 4 at the back, it's got problems with the kite again. It's interesting, it's the same boat that had the kite problems earlier and stuff. So whether there's something not quite right on that one, or whether it's kind of creating a problem, whether it is down to the teams. But a really nice sort of jibe down on that inside from the Norwegian team.
And it looks good for them having jibed a little bit earlier than the Russians. Let's see if that's enough for them to be able to overtake the Russian team for the lead. It's very close between Norway and Russia right now. And the Spanish from Lanzarote, RCN Arrecife, also coming into contention. And which side of the course do you fancy this time, Corky? It looks like we got the Russians going round one side and the Norwegians going round the other mark.
Well, that's it dictating, actually. The earlier jibe, even if you're in slightly softer pressure, I would still probably favour to take that, just to take that further, or the right-hand mark as we look at it from now, sort of out into that side to put you out towards that right-hand side of the course. Because even though that breeze looks softer up on there, I think if you get out too soon towards that right side, though, if I was the Russian team, I'd be looking to come back across just to get into some of the breeze more into the entrance, and then be able to go back and protect that right side if you wanted it. But that being able to take that right-hand mark, we've seen such an advantage at that leeward gate to do it. A poor drop there from the Turkish team. You can still see the yellow kite still not coming all the way down. So they're struggling back in sort of 4th place at the moment, still in the right of the picture.
Looks like their jib's down as well. I can't work out what's going on.
Well, that's the onboard camera, and that's exactly what you're seeing right now. So that's probably exactly what the crew's seeing. So that kite's still got a bit of a problem on.
And they furled away the jib. Jib's back out again now. So terrible mess for them, considering that they were vying for the lead at the top windward mark. It's all gone very badly wrong for the Turks, but maybe that lack of experience in Champions League racing is telling against the Turkish team here for the first time in this competition. And now we see who's going to profit from the first cross on the second beat, and it looks like the Russians have done just enough to get ahead of Norway. So the Russians holding the upper hand.
And again, all that advantage came from that right-hand side, taking that gate mark. We're seeing such an advantage from that right gate mark that if you're not sort of protecting, or I should say left if you're going downwind, but the one furthest from picture, that it's hard to comprehend not just being out onto that right-hand side, accepting that slightly early loss that you get by going into that breakwater where the breeze seems to be a bit softer. But the advantage as soon as you come away from that side is exponential. So from that, it's that's where the lead changes happen. So the question will be, will they hoist, set, go a few boat lengths and then go straight into a jibe and protect that corner, or will we see them now soak down into that right-hand corner and do basically what we've seen time and time again, where the boat behind takes that early jibe?
Well, let's see. It's often the boat that follows round that does the first manoeuvre to try and attack for the lead. But at the moment, the two leaders carrying on the starboard jibe. They look fairly high. I'm surprised. And there we see a jibe by the leaders, by the Russians, and we see a very quick jibe to respond to that by the Norwegians. So now they're sailing back into the middle of the course. Now the third boat round from Spain, from Lanzarote, also into the jibe. We're on board with the Norwegian team, Asgardstrand Sailforening. Sorry, Askøy Sailforening. Another team from Norway that we haven't yet seen, skippered by Stian Soltvedt.
And this was even with the Spanish, sort of when they took that jibe, they responded really late to those lead 2 boats. An attacking position is as soon as you see someone going is taking that positional gain, taking the jibe at even an identical time to them. But you can see the gain they've made. But look at the runway behind them, all the water space between any boats. So it literally looks like we've got a 3-boat sort of race up here. And this is where the Spanish will actually have a bit of an advantage being in that 3rd place, because those lead 2 boats are going to get properly focused on themselves. They could end up being quite blinkered trying to attack each other, that it may enable the Spanish just to edge away slowly, chip away at that sort of gap and put themselves into a fighting position.
Russia still managing to hold on to the lead, and this time being followed around by the Norwegians makes life a little bit easier for the Russians to defend. It seems like that side of the leeward gate mark is now so favoured that all top 3 boats elect to go round that side, and then the 4th boat coming down also doing that. So earlier in the day we saw the other mark very much favoured. It seems like the out to sea side of the leeward gate is the new popular side for the teams to go.
Well, just over that last 2 minutes, there has been a 20-degree shift round towards that side, which, again, it's been doing this throughout the day and moving backwards and forwards to that side, which is why it's always given it that much favour. But as soon as it does this is just going to create this kind of procession, which for the boats that have struggled on that first leg or haven't made an optimal sort of choice now, where they would rather, of course, to be really quite shifty, present some other opportunities to attack back, this now creates a bit of a conundrum for them, because it is, do you break away, do you sail away from the mould? But when it's actually become that standardised to follow this line, it's now just making it slightly easier for these lead boats to be defensive.
Yeah, it does look a lot easier now for the Russians to be able to defend this race. But the boat out on the far side, the Norwegians, BI Athletics, will they be able to find something on the left-hand side of the course to attack the orange men from Russia?
So watching their setup again, looking like they're all teeing up ready for the manoeuvre. The crew members just coming in. You can see how that breeze just shuts down as it comes up towards this windward mark. You can see how close the mark is towards that shore side. So any disturbance from that breeze. Of course, the rig sits slightly higher than that. But at the end of the day, look how soft it goes into this in water. The water's quite disturbed, but the breeze is down to sort of about 7 knots at that windward mark. Across this racecourse at the moment, we've only got probably about 9-10 knots sort of in little paths, but you can tap into an advantage, and that's a great lead for the Russians out in front.
And not such a great second place for the Norwegians. They have to worry about RCN Arrecife from Spain, who are in a good position to attack. If only they could get that Jenica set a little bit more quickly than they did. And then going around in 4th place, 1 Kiel from Germany, and probably expect a little bit better from 1 Kiel. I mean, not that 4th is a terrible position, but they are probably aiming for higher than that. They're one of the most highly fancied teams here. So a bit of an average race for them from the Germans. And we're on board with the Norwegians from Askøy Seilforening. Coming down towards the finish, and it's going to be the Russians in their distinctive orange wetsuits who are going to win this race. The Zidart sailing team, Zoran Paunovic, Andrei Kiriluk, Daniel Banan and Sergei Volchov. So well done to them. Pretty straightforward win for them in the end. They defended really well once they managed to take the lead. And really tight racing now. Norway being pushed hard all the way by the Spanish, the champions of the Spanish Sailing League from Lanzarote Rail Club Nautico Arrecife, who have to settle for 3rd behind the Norwegians, BI Athletic Sailing, skippered by John Alexander Pham, Tobias Rabesti, Annette Heldal and Vegard Sandnes Larsen. Across in 4th place, 1 Kiel from Germany.
And talking about them is that they had won the first 2 races of today, or won their sort of races in their flights, and so that's the first one that's shown that little chink in the armour today, which is still they're very much at the moment in 5th place. Not a lot's going to change that, even with that completes that flight number 5. So they are in 5th place, but they are a couple of points off that. Remember, you've got to squeeze into that top 4. So with plenty of the flights going, there's no panic whatsoever for them to track in. But certainly some food for thought on what happened.
Okay, so the boats bringing up the rear in this race. In 5th place, Askøy Seilforening. In 6th, Halmstad Segelskap from Sweden. And the Turks, Hey Beliada Sus Bolari. Excuse me. So that's the end of race 4 on flight 5. So as we get to the end of flight 5, we're going to show you an overall leaderboard just to see how things are shaping up. So as we wait for the leaderboard to come up, Corky, what are the observations that you've had from the racing? You've talked about the wind shifts, that 20-degree wind shift. That seemed to make the race course a little bit more right-hand favoured.
Yeah, so there's been some significant shifts constantly moving across the waterfall stop, but we've seen that decisive factor of that gate mark closest towards that right-hand shore side. That has just paid off for anyone to get round. That right-hand side seems to consistently deliver that little bit more of a right shift and enables you to make those gains out of it, even if you've come round with a little bit of a gap. So I'll definitely be protecting that middle to right-hand side.
So here are the results after flight 5. We've got a lot more flights to go yet, but we're seeing a pattern emerge, and we're seeing a regular name in the Sailing Champions League at the top of the leaderboard. That's Germany's Norddeutscher Regatta Verein on 10 points, on equal points with Espoo Segelforening from Finland in 2nd place. Just a point back, we saw them win a race just less than an hour ago. That's Seglervereinigung Kreuzlingen from Switzerland. And then another Finnish team. So Finns coming 2nd and 4th, and the team in 4th is Åländska Segelsällskapet, dropping down to 5th place, 1 keel after that disappointing 4th place in the race just now. Verein Seglerhaus am Wannsee from Germany on 16 points. So that's where the gap is beginning to open up. We're seeing a top 5. And remember, we're looking at a 4-boat final tomorrow afternoon. So the likes of Wannsee and 6 need to get their skates on, need to close up the points. In 7th place, Aeronautica Militare, 2nd in the race that we saw earlier today. KDY, the Royal Danish Yacht Club, in 8th place. The Royal Swedish Yacht Club in 9th place. And then another German team in 10th, Flensburger Segel Club. And then moving down, we see the Russians. They now move up to almost to the first page of the leaderboard after winning that race just now. What a great result for the men in orange on 18 points now. And then we see Bandholm Sail Club from Denmark in 12th place. An Italian team, Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, dropping down into the 2nd page of the leaderboard after that disastrous 8th place after starting too early. Yacht Club de Cherbourg, on the other hand, climbing up the leaderboard with that race win. The Norwegians, Asgard Strand Seilforening in 15th place. In 16th, Regatta Club Oberhofen. They need to do better. They proved how good they are, the young team, by winning the qualifier in Kiel a few weeks ago. They need to pull up their socks. And in 17th place, WSV Almere Central from the Netherlands. In 18th, Kiel Yacht Club. 19th, Halmstad Segelsällskap from Sweden. And in 20th, surprisingly after seeing them sail so well in that race just now, RCN Arrecife from Lanzarote. And then bringing up the rear, the last page of the results, the Dutch team Giesbeek, and then Yacht Club Gdynia from Poland. BI Athletics Sailing, a 2nd place, fantastic result for the Norwegians just now. Yacht Club Gdansk from Poland. Segel Club Brando Seglare from Finland in 25th. In 26th, Segel Club Matze from Austria. In 27th, moving off the bottom of the leaderboard, Sport Alges e da Fundo from Portugal. Norway's Askøy Seilforening, a 5th in that race just now, and then the Turkish team that showed promise in that last race, but Spinnaker handling errors dropped them back into 7th in that race, and they bring up the rear. So not surprising, Corky, to see the Turks in last place. First time at the Sailing Champions League. There's not much room for error in this
No,
kind
so
of
there's a lot of experience out on this race course. You have to look at, obviously, the overall previous champ, David Chapman, who's now on with the German team, Regatta Verein, basically doing a great job at the Trentine leaderboard. But it just shows that if you're new to this sort of element of racing, it takes a little bit to kind of get settled into. But one thing that's always been really pressing from any of this racing is boat handling. Boat handling's got to be pretty slick. You know, one sort of bad kite drop, one sort of bad leeward mark rounding or misjudgment of the ley line, any of those positions, not just drop you sort of a boat or two in a fleet race, but you've got a chance to kind of climb back up, is it can be detrimental. You can lose half the fleet, and when we're only talking 8 boats, then 4 of them go past quite quickly, and suddenly that's playing catch up. So an amazing experience for them. They'll really start to adapt into this. They've got the caliber and the skills to be able to do it. But again, when those mistakes creep in, like we saw with that kite, that could literally be enough to shape how their scoreboard's looking.
Doesn't take long for it all to fall apart and go wrong. Well, we saw the Russians, the men in orange, win their previous heat. That was the last race of Flight 5. The Russians are back out for the first race of Flight 6, but they've got some hot competition if they're going to win another race heat. With 20 seconds to go, we're on board with the Swedish team representing the Royal Swedish Yacht Club, KSSS. 16 seconds to go. Which is going to be the favoured end of the line this time round? Still most boats drifting in, only just putting their jibs out now. And lots of space at this end of the line, and not the most competitive start that we've seen actually. Should be a clean start. Don't think that anybody was over on that one. And let's see who can make good from that start. Looks like KSS are very happy with where they've positioned themselves. They were over early on the start in their previous race, so this is much better from them this time round.
Yeah, they've gone straight into that high mode. You could see how the angle that it did just to shift off those boats that were sat up on its hip. So straight away as they came off, they had the bow forward on that fleet. Enables them to have that little bit of speed, allow them to then suddenly go into that slightly higher mode. And what I mean by high mode, she's just going to squeeze everything on a little bit, try and sail the boat a couple of degrees higher than it normally would. But by doing that is that you just force your track to change your route a little bit, and then the boats behind, who are already being impacted by a bit of turbulent air off the back of the sail, are then even struggling for turbulent water and trying to hold that lane for clear. So that's where those 2 boats tacked out. So quite an aggressive move early on, but by doing it that early off the start, you can also suffer a little bit from speed. So we can see, the Swedish team were just down and hunkered over in line with the end of the promenade as it comes out towards the right-hand side. The green line, just a third boat coming across it. They've got a decision to make whether they duck behind here, which we can see them doing, going behind the back of the yellow boat and bringing themselves out onto that right-hand side. But again, if you manage to get away off that pin end, does create this opportunity for these boats coming in on port because they just get into that early breeze. But once you've gone round that sort of gate mark again, it then seems to favour that right-hand side.
Well, the boats that did get off the pin end of the line do seem to be profiting at the moment, and first of those is Flensburger Segel Club. Do they have the space to be able to tack round their Swiss rivals? It looks like they should be able to tack, so it's going to be Germany's Flensburger Segel Club around in first place, closely followed by Segler Vereinigung Kreuzlingen in second place. So the pin end start for these two worked out really nicely, holding their lane out to the left-hand side and sailing very low on starboard. That's how much the breeze has shifted to that side of the course now. So it's a straight set, and you're unlikely to see anyone jibing away particularly quickly. Look how big the gap is now between first and second, and the rest of the boats still only coming round now. So a massive lead now for Germany and Switzerland in this race.
Again, it's done that 20 degrees switch. So we were seeing breeze in and around at about 36 degrees. And suddenly when that sort of shift came through, we're seeing it down to 16 degrees. So again, some big changes in that breeze. But interesting sort of now the angle with Flensburg Seagull Club taking that jibe back across, because suddenly this wind has kicked back again, but if not gone 10 degrees further back round towards the right. So there's some big movement on that sort of breeze, and that's where some of these shifts are so critical to be on. And if you miss that opportunity to take that advantage, you can suddenly sit yourself not just a couple of boat lengths back, you could be looking at half a leg by the time these shifts are coming through. But coming down towards this this bottom mark, that breeze is still round towards that right. But again, I would still be looking to potentially protect that other side of the race course. But interesting, they've taken this near side mark.
That was a really good double jibe. The extra manoeuvres by Flensburger Seagull Club really working out nicely for Gordon, Nickel and the rest of his crew on the German boats. It looked like they picked up a bit more breeze, a bit of a gust that just sailed or just blew past the Kreuzlingen. I don't think the Swiss got the same little puff of breeze that the Germans managed to catch.
No, so looking at the boats coming down now, all the breeze looks quite soft again with where that is. And so breeze, again, looking down at about sort of 7-8 knots. So it's gone softer across that racecourse once it did those two quite dramatic shifts. But as you say, I think the Swiss just tapped into that little bit of pressure as they brought it in and it closed it up. But you can see the gap back. This is the rest of the fleet. And a shocking mark rounding from the boat closest to camera. A big gap gone. So again, these are the things that are going to be costly for them. You can see how much of a gust they get there, and now the boat pings back upright. But the distance that they've just lost there, that's a couple of boat lengths given away straight away from where the rounding was. But then the angle that they come out of, you'll see the boat in the bottom left with the blue tracking line will come out and be on the similar line to the pink and the purple line. And suddenly, so even though they're further back still, that additional distance up from what they've lost on height is dramatic. And if you're doing that consistently around the race course, that's going to be costly.
Well, they were third at that point as they rounded the mark, the Turks. Will they be able to hold on to third? That would be their best score so far in the competition. But meanwhile, no one can hold a candle to these two teams. It's Flensburger Seagull Club leading Segler, Vereinigung, Kreuzlingen in second place, and very hard to see anyone taking the top two places away from the Germans and the Swiss as the Germans get ready for their last tack of the second lap of this race. They've got one more lap to do. And at times the breeze quite soft. They're having to be quite subtle with their crew movement around the boat. You can see all that rough crashing water behind them and you think it was windy, but actually at times, Corky, it's really quite soft breeze.
Watching there, exactly that from the crew movement, you could hear. We can't hear what's going on, but you can literally see it going through the crew members. They're talking it through. Two crew members, they moved just in, but then stayed on that deck and were happy to try and, if not try and generate some kind of roll into that tack. Still not a huge amount from the movement, but again, it shows how soft this breeze is dropping. So we've got to say the breeze down at the moment from wind speed wise. We've got it anywhere down to sort of anywhere from 5 to 7 knots again. So it is really softening in patches. And considering the breeze that came through last night and what they had yesterday and what was predicted, we were due to have 20 sort of plus knots. So this again is a real surprise. But the main reason to not being out of the entrance, okay, breeze played a factor, but is that sea weight. And again, it looks dramatic. Every time they're coming up, back up towards that windward mark, just looks probably so tantalising just to keep sailing and just don't stick your nose out through that entrance. But I think you'd be looking at a very, very different racecourse.
So the top two, they remain unchanged, but KSSS, Royal Swedish Yacht Club, has moved up into a clear third, moving ahead of the Turkish. It was still holding on to fourth place. We see the boat handling errors from the Turkish, but their boat positioning in terms of how they're choosing the breeze maybe not so bad because they're still mid-fleet right now. Back with the leaders, Flensburger Seagull Club. Nice smooth drop for the Germans. Going round the left-hand mark. And it looks like the Swiss will be following them round. So Swiss happy to follow the Germans. They think the Germans are making the right strategic calls, and that there aren't really many tactical options for them other than to follow the Germans around and hope for a mistake from Gordon Nickel, who we see helming there, and the rest of the Flensburger Segel Club team.
Well, again, they'll just be keeping an eye out behind the back, seeing there's a good, comfortable breathing space from back to the Royal Swedish Yacht Club. So at that point, is that all you know, I'm surprised they didn't put a slightly early attack in, the Swiss, to bring themselves back across to the fleet. Just to cover, keep an eye on sort of the boats behind. But from doing that, they've lost that opportunity to be able to do so, as Flensburger Segel Club have done exactly that and brought themselves in. So they've really committed, the Swiss really committed themselves to this far left-hand side. We can see the windward mark, the little red mark up in that top left-hand corner. And so, again, still trying to just create any opportunities, hoping that the German team will put that little bit of a pressure on themselves, just force a boat handling error, anything maybe to nudge that mark with the waves, anything in that sense to try and generate any opportunity to overtake. But I think they'll struggle a little bit.
Coming up to the top of the course for the final time, Flensburger Segel Club not showing much sign of making any errors, the kind of errors that are going to open the door to the Swiss. Gordon Nickel, Nils Druniok, Tobias Konov and Cedric Menzel just about to do their final tack of this race. Hard to see anyone taking this away from them. If it's going to be anybody, it will be the Swiss team of Kreuzlingen, still with a good lead over the third place boat, Royal Swedish Yacht Club, KSSS, in third.
Look how soft it's gone again at that top mark. They only just got that little bit of breeze back on. But takes a long time, that final tack in, where that breeze has gone softer right by that windward mark. You can see the sort of flag off the back of the boat. Just there's nothing really in it. There's no sort of any oomph, and even that kite, how soft the actual crew members are holding this kite sheet. It's a big, powerful kite on a J70, and as I say, at the moment it's all being held in sort of fingertips and sort of wrist movements, so there clearly isn't a lot of pressure into it, and so it's all going to become down to boat speed. But you see how far these lead boats have stretched out. We're talking a pretty small race course across consistently. We're not, you know, there's 3 sort of loops on this race course, a straight finish through, but the gaps are pretty substantial now.
That's the Royal Swedish Yacht Club going round in third place, just sailing out of the right-hand side of our picture. And it looks like the Polish now have moved up into fourth. They've displaced the Turks back into fifth. Ban Zidart sailing team from Russia, well, we haven't had much to say about them. They were winner of the previous heat, but they are second last in this one, Corky. So again, we see how easy it is to fall out of the front of these races and find yourself at the wrong end of the next flight, straight after winning your previous race.
And that's it. With again, with that, the breeze softening as well, it makes it, as I say, some people look at it as more options. Some people look at it as more chance that if you start to struggle off that start and then don't play catch up straight away, then that creates a bit tricky. So straight away, as soon as you cross the line, you could see crew members go back to take the battle flag off the back of their boat, which all the teams must have on board. So it identifies what team they are. But then as soon as they're across that line, you'll see that kite come down, get the boat completely packed up, sorted, flag comes off, straight alongside the rib, rotate round, and that's how this whole program runs really smoothly. So at the moment there's 8 ribs on the water with the crew members for the next race, and they will literally just come up alongside the boat that they've been allocated, switch straight over, swap the flags out, and then those crews will return back to the dock, which then they get rotated round by the next one. So we've got a sheet in front of us with all of the flights, with all 29 yacht clubs on here. All need to know which boat they're getting on, what colour the boat is, where it is. I'm confused looking at it. It's quite a logistics thing, but it runs super smoothly with all the teams all being happy with what they're doing.
Yeah, well, it's been going a lot of years now, so the organisers, they know how to switch these teams in and out very, very smoothly. And that was a very smooth performance by Flensburger Segel Club, winning that race. But they haven't had it all their own way for their previous 5 flights. Their scores are now 3-1, 6-4, 3-1. So that 6th place shows that even they can be vulnerable to getting poor finishes. They're currently in 9th position on the scoreboard after race 1 of flight 6. So they're probably actually doing a little bit better than 9th. We'll have to see how other people score. They're probably actually more likely going to be in the top 6. But a really good race again by the Swiss, skippered by Tom Ruger. The Kreuzningen team, 1st and 2nd in their last 2 heats that we've seen today. And they will be vying for the lead at the end of race of flight 6 most likely.
So you can see the ribs straight in, creating that switch round, ready for the next pairing and next race to come along. Team's just shuffling them, getting them to position. And you might even just in a certain race move straight into another boat, but you still got to take the flag, jump off, and you kind of sit there saying, well, why can't I just stay in this boat and just do another race? And that's why it's trying to show completely neutral playing field for everyone sort of coming here. So as soon as they come along, there's clearly something with their kite there that was being held up to one of the boats to their side. Whether there's damage to the spinnaker, we'll find out. They were kind of, this is the rig boat here alongside. Looks like there's another spinnaker coming in that black bag, unless Santa's arrived early and bringing some extra presents. It's from there, it looked like the crew members on board held up this kite, and it looked like there might have been some damage or something that's being talked through. But we'll wait and see. Obviously, you can see some hand signals and gestures sort of going on. So I'm sure we'll find out a little bit of information. But it shows that, these boats, phenomenal boats, ideal for this kind of racing. But again, they're racing boats. They're being switched around. Mistakes happen. Things can still get caught, and so little bits of damage happen. So there are moments where this is a chance for a team to check it over, make sure it's all running okay, and hopefully they noticed that, or the team before them picked up. So we shall see. So this is who we were looking at again. The Swiss youth team, really nice group of sailors, all really ramped up for this. Good backgrounds within in the dinghy sort of sailing, but again, sort of quite new into this, and but are thriving and loving this competition.
5 friends: Nick Zeltner, Till Sager, Cedric Schenk, Lawrence Stadler, Nicholas Wyss. Let's find out more about Regatta Club Oberhofen.
They say that sailing is an experienced sport, but here is one team that's out to prove that they can beat the more experienced crews here at the Sailing Champions League final. That's Nick Zeltner and Regatta Club Oberhofen, the youth team. So, Nick, do you think you can beat the more experienced teams here?
Definitely. I wouldn't say that we haven't got a lot of experience. I think especially this year, we've already sailed. We already have quite some hours on the J70, so we take all the experience we got from this year into the final races.
So tell us about your age and the average age of your team.
The average age, I think it's 19, so I'm 20, I'm the oldest. We got 2 19 years olds and 2 18 years old, so yeah, definitely quite young, but I think it's for sure it's not a disadvantage because as you can see, we're 5 people on the boat and everyone is quite can move quite fast, so we can always get the weight in the right position, which helps us a lot.
And I'm guessing that getting the weight in the right position is more important than ever with these conditions here in the harbour. It looks like you've really got to stay on your toes.
Absolutely. I think it's all about tactics and not doing fuck-ups in the maneuvers like wipeouts or stuff like this. So I think we can definitely use our weight.
How's it been going for you so far?
Okay, I'd say we had a tough start into the final. I think we did a 6, and then we followed with a win in race number 2 and a 3 in race number 3. So I think we're getting used to the special situation in the harbor here, and yeah, we keep on fighting.
Nick, introduce me to the man to your left. Who's he and what's he do on the boat?
All right, so that's Cedric. He's our jib trimmer on upwind, and he helps me with the tactics on downwind. Yeah.
Cedric, what's the key to getting your role right? When do you know that you've had a good race?
Well, right here in the harbor it's pretty difficult, so almost all the time I'm not even hiking because the jib has to be on point at every second, and it's really difficult with the big shifts we have right now.
Cedric, introduce me to the man on your left.
Well, this is Loro. He's our bowman, and he's doing all the stuff up front.
Laurent, you're on the bow. That's the most dangerous place to be, the riskiest place. Do you trust the guy at the back doing the steering?
Yeah, I have to, like pretty much. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to be on the bowman.
And Laurent, it must be really difficult here, particularly with the wind gusting as much. How do you manage to stay on your feet and stay on the boat?
I don't know either. So no,
it's pure instinct, animal instinct.
Yeah, I guess so. It's a lot about training and having practice in fast maneuvers and everything. So we had so much practice that it's like a normal day for us.
You got that muscle memory down. Now, Laurent, introduce me to the man on your left.
So this is Till. He's the Chenaker man and is also for the tactics on the upwind and do the traveler for the mainsail.
Till, you sound like the busiest man on the boat, and you've probably also got the biggest biceps pulling in that Chenaker, is that right?
I hope. No, upwind is not that busy. Downwind is quite difficult because we're in the harbor, like very gusty and shifty conditions, so adjusting the kite all the time. On upwind, just helping with the tactics and the start, also helping how to position the boat and what to do just after the start.
Till, introduce me to the last man on your left. Who's this?
It's a pleasure. That's Nicola. He's the second bowman. He's pulling. He's rolling the jib while bearing away on the top mark, and yeah, just helping to trim the mainsail. Yeah.
How's it going for you so far, Nicola?
Good enough, I think. Normally I have the easiest job on the boat because I'm more or less the weight that gets moved around. But now here in the harbor, I do have to keep on my toes, go left and right, be where I need to be. But so far, everything has been going pretty good. I didn't hurt myself yet, so that's a plus to be sure. And I hope we can improve further and hopefully go sailing out tomorrow.
Fantastic. Tomorrow is the final day of the Sailing Champions League. We wish the very best to all of the youth team from Regatta Club Oberhofen. Best of luck to you guys, and stay on the boat and win some races for us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Less than 50 seconds to the start. We've got 40 seconds, in fact, to the start of the next race, race 2, flight 6. And we have the Germans, Verein Seglerhaus am Wannsee. We have BI Athletics from Norway, Gdansk from Poland, Ålandska Segelsällskapet from Finland, Sweden's Halmstad Segelskap. We have YCCS, the local yacht club from Italy, the Portuguese, and Regatta Club Oberhofen, who we saw just now. 10 seconds to the start and very bunched up towards the top end of the line. Someone's going to have the pin end all to themselves, and they're going to start with speed but a little bit behind the line. But no, it's going to be a great start there for boat number 8, and that is Yacht Club Costa Smeralda. This time they are not over the line. That was a fantastic start by the Italians, Corky.
Yeah, look at that as a lineup. They've all come across. First time you actually get to see all the bows lined up, but it shows how critical the start is. A little bit of bias towards that right-hand side, so you can see those bows moving out. And so this puts, as I say, the local Yacht Club Costa Smeralda going to have a bit of a tricky position if these boats hold their lane, trying to get across. But we'll see a lot of these boats start to peel out. So Regatta Club Oberhofen, just in the yellow there, starting to struggle for a little bit of speed. So they'll probably be one of the first to kind of peel out. They'll need to break cover quite soon if they're to ensure they get a clear lane. Otherwise, if they leave it too long, boats are going to go back on top of them. So you can see them trying to squeeze the gap, but they are going to really struggle here. Boats coming out towards now this port hand ley line, being this short course, and it will start to force that position. So anyone that's got dirty air now, it's going to get really nasty on the way back across. So now boats starting to go.
So one of the boats, oh dear, I'm not sure that they needed to do that, boat number 8. Surely they could have waited a little bit longer, but they've managed to haul themselves out of a bit of a mess there, the Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, but really dictated to by boat number 7, Yacht Club Gdansk from Poland.
Yeah, and literally just squeezing across in front of the Finnish boat there. So again, gone a little bit softer again, this port tack. You're going into the waves, so you're getting a lot more lift. And they need to get across these two here. So you can see how messy it's got. And unfortunately, it's Regatta Club Oberhofen that are being bounced around like sort of a bouncy ball at the moment, trying to find a lane. And they're going to struggle now by coming back across on port. So again, now how the rules stacked up. Starboard, when the wind comes across on that right-hand side of the boat, as the boat's going into tacking onto starboard. Now that's where they've got right of way. So round the U team of Yacht Club Costa Esmeralda. So a nice little bit of breathing space. They've freed themselves there.
Oh, I wonder if there's going to be a penalty at the top mark. Looks like the Portuguese might have gone in where there wasn't really room. It's either them or the Germans I was looking at. No, it's the Germans I was looking at there that are going to have to take a penalty. So a disaster for Verein Seglerhaus am Wannsee, and it's all playing into the hands of Yacht Club Costa Smeralda. Look at what a lead the young Italians have now, sailing on home waters and showing everyone else a clean pair of heels.
Well, that's it. And again, it's one of those rich get richer sort of moments, because suddenly with how bundled the boats are, they're all just impacting. You can see the size of the Genicas, that as soon as they're just impacting other people, disturbing that air, creating that wind block, you've got this little bit of breathing space outside. But again, we have seen that early jibe come in. But is this going to be a nice clean jibe? Not too bad, not too bad. It stalled a little bit through there. But certainly looks like how they're doing.
Harsh critic, Corky.
Someone's got to be.
I think they're doing jolly well. And considering that they were over the line and then had to go back and restart and were 8th and last in their previous heat, they're now leading this race by almost as comfortable a margin as they lost the last one.
Hey, you're only as good as your last race, so if they need to polish up and have this. But again, you can see the boat speeds fairly even. They're just those odd little bits where that gust is coming down, favouring this side again, just to keep hold of it. Again, it'll keep them clear away from any of the other boats. Can they get a nice little rounding out of here? Good drop back in and set back up. So it looks all nice. As I say, you can see how light the breeze is across. I'm getting probably about 8 knots sort of from the wind bot that we've got out on the wall. That's just down towards this leeward part of from the race course. So you can see the breeze. There are patches of it, but look how on that left-hand side, how light it is compared with that middle filtered section. So what we said early on in the commentary when we were looking at the early races is that breeze funneling in through that entrance. Surely that's got to be where you're dictated to. You're going to sail up that middle part of the race course. You're not going to put yourself far to that left-hand side. So it'll be interesting to see if any of these boats that have taken this right-hand mark made a gain on Yacht Club Costa Esmeralda.
Well, Yacht Club Gdansk, they are the first boat to profit from the right-hand side. That's not who we're looking at now, I don't think. I'm trying to work out what boat we're on board with there. But really good gains for the boats that went round the right-hand side of the mark. And we can see how much Gdansk has made inroads on Yacht Club Costa Smeralda's lead. It looks like the Italians will still hold on to the lead, but it's not going to be the whopping margin that it was before.
Now, looking at sort of from the analytics in the moment, there's literally sort of an 8-second sort of gap between them, and that's just getting closed down. So it's not a lot in this sort of breeze.
So Yacht Club Costa Smeralda still holding on to the lead, but now just 24 metres between them and Yacht Club Gdansk, who have made fantastic gains by choosing the right-hand side of the race course after taking the right-hand side of the leeward gate. And the big losers out of that, unfortunately for them, were the Portuguese, who were in second and followed the Italians round the left-hand course, but have now dropped down to fourth because the breeze just wasn't hitting that side of the course, as Corky correctly pointed out. This is the Italians rolling into their last tack of the second lap. So as they go round, they're going to do one more run and then a whole other lap, but at the moment still holding a reasonable lead ahead of, this time, Yacht Club Gdansk from Poland.
So again, still quite soft in that kite and sort of getting it set, but then there's still not a lot of pressure into it. So having to come up at quite a high angle. But again, just having that bit of breathing space out in front is going to make a big difference. Good hoist and set from Yacht Club Gdansk.
And that's the Germans going around in third, who had to take a penalty. And the Germans do an early jibe, and I wonder if they were a little bit close to the Portuguese as they took that manoeuvre.
Look really, really soft at that point. Quite interesting in coaching format. We talk about it as the diamond of death, taking that jibe too soon within it, because actually you end up having to suffer a huge amount before you get the clear air by jibing out underneath everybody, the impact from other people's spinnakers. But again, once you're clear, then obviously you've got that advantageous side of being on that part of the race course. They've certainly tapped into a nice little angle on that side that if they just get any sort of pressure gain, they can close that gap in on second place. So they've certainly made nice little gains, certainly compared with the Portuguese team that jibed a little bit later. So that early jibe is favouring, but it's whether they can have enough breeze that will be enough to bring them down. So you can see they've gone for that jibe, but again, gone for that bit of a goose wing sort of section again, which I don't think sort of it works to try and get into a position to the mark, but I'm not sure whether it's advantageous coming into from a further distance out.
Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, they're not having to worry about that kind of thing because they are leading quite comfortably. And this time they've chosen to go round the other gate mark compared with their previous legs. So they obviously liked what they saw the others do. Well, maybe not closing the gap, but they decided, right, this time we're going to have some of that. We're going to go over to the right-hand side because that looks like the better side of the course right now. And it's the Germans just going around the same gate mark. What will the Portuguese choose? They also choose the same mark. So the first four boats all going towards the right-hand side of the race course as they sail up the upwind leg for the last time in Flight 6, Race 2.
So a little bit of breathing space, as I say, for the hometown favourites as they tack up towards that breakwater. And that's when they'll suddenly access that little bit more breeze. Just start to break forward and look at the angle. But from looking at the analytics, sort of now the angles come back again. So the attacking angle looked like they were high above that ley line. But if they do get any little bit of flick in that breeze towards that right, it is going to see them go over that ley line. And again, that's going to be costly because that's all additional distance just sailed for no extra benefit. But certainly with the gap that they've got, I don't think it's going to impact them drastically. You can see the lead now, 60-metre gap.
That's a pretty comfortable lead for such short course racing. Doesn't sound like a lot, but 60 metres is about as much as we ever see as a race-winning margin in these three-lap races. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda making amends for finishing last in their previous heat. That was because they crossed the start line too early, had to sail back, and never recovered from that. Well, this time, no such mistakes. It was a clean start by everybody. And Yacht Club Costa Smeralda just going into their final bear away, their final hoist of Flight 6, Race 2. Quantum sails being set on these J70s. Up and running. All pretty comfortable and relaxed, and we've yet to see the second boat come into picture. There it is now. That's Yacht Club Gdansk, long way behind in second place. defending against the Portuguese in third.
So they're getting dragged back into that little bundle there. So eyes in the back of the head, looking over, trying now to actually protect this second place. And you can see nice breeze, early jibe again. Now they've got that little bit of pressure coming down. Breeze built to about 10, 11 knots now. So some gain changes straight from that middle. But again, you can see how tight of this breeze is at this top mark. Everyone going for that early jibe.
The Portuguese wanted to do the jibe. That's who we're on board with now, but they've had to hold on because some of the boats going round behind them went into a quicker jibe, and they had to just give themselves a bit of clear air before they did the same. But I think the Portuguese have already lost out by just not going for the jibe quite as soon as they could have done.
It needed to be done straight at that mark for them to make the full advantage of that, but by having to hold on that little bit has obviously cost them that sort of, as we see there, about 10 metres sort of gap. So can they maintain a good speed? Can they get any sort of run in onto the finish line?
So big winners, Yacht Club Costa Smeralda. Big losers in their previous race, but just as big winners this time round. That's a huge margin by which the Italians have just won this race on their home waters. This is the young team representing the host nation. They got a wild card entry into this event because this is the host club, Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, but they've more than justified that wild card status. It's tight between the next two. It's going to be close between Gdansk and the Portuguese. Let's see, who's it going to be? Will it be Portugal? Will it be Gdansk? I think it's the Polish that take second place. So the Portuguese get third. Not so bad on that late jibe after all. A good finish for the Portuguese. And in fourth, Verein Seglerhaus am Wannsee. They took a penalty earlier on in this race. They have to settle for fourth, just ahead of, is it the Swedes? Maybe it's the Swedes. Halmstad, Segelsällskap and the Regatta Club Oberhofen. We featured them just now, that young team skippered by Nick Zeltner, winners of the Kiel qualifier for the Sailing Champions League, and sixth place for Regatta Club Oberhofen. Probably a disappointment for that young and ambitious crew. And coming across in seventh place, BI Athletics Sailing from Norway, and right at the back, Ålandska Segelsällskapet. Very surprising for them. Really class team, showing that no one is immune from getting a poor finish in these really tightly fought races. So that was the end of race 2, flight 6. We're making good progress through the races today, Corky. Any thoughts before we go into a short break?
Well, it really identifies that it's so easy to pick up one sort of bad race, and that one bad race carrying 8 points can really be detrimental. If we just, I briefly cast my eye over the leaderboard, the top 2, 3, 4 boats are all sort of furthest down the fleet. They've dropped it about 4th, sometimes 5th, but again, the boat back down to 9th or 10th for the ones where you start to see someone picking up like an 8th or, and so suddenly it'll be really interesting if those boats are able to maintain any sort of consistency. But again, with the number of flights going on, it's so easy just to hit that line slightly early, put yourself at the back of the fleet and have to fight through. But yeah, carrying 8 points, it doesn't seem like a huge amount to it as in a big fleet race, but in this sort of type of racing, it's quite a hit.
So I think Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, by winning that heat just then, it looks like they're the only team that have won 3 races so far. So they've actually won half of their races, but because they've scored 1, 1, 4, 5, 8, 1, they still only find themselves in 10th place overall. Now, we're not fully all the way through Flight 6, so they probably will move up as other people clock up all their races in Flight 6. But it is amazing, isn't it, that you can win half of your races and still only be in 10th place, and it all comes back to what you were saying earlier about consistency.
And that's it, just trying to keep yourself in those top 2, 3 spots, top 4 spots throughout every race. That's got to be where you got to be. So easier said than done. And certainly on this type of race course, is the breeze going to change as this temperature, now we're getting slightly further through this afternoon, will it start to change a bit as that temperature drops a little bit? Are we going to see some more of this pressure build again? That's going to be the exciting thing, and we're going to see it today.
Well, we will come back to you in about 15 minutes from now. We'll be back on in time for Flight 6, Race 4. We're going to take a quick break, but stay with us. Keep your computers on and warmed up, and we will be back to you in just about 15 minutes from now. We'll see you then.
The new Range Rover Velar plug-in hybrid. The perfect balance of electric and luxury. Working together seamlessly in perfect harmony. Love it for its looks. And love it for its intelligence.
still killing the game, dead on the rise. No mercy for rivals, this is for glory, this is our story. This is the future, this is my time, I grind and shine. I put in the work and push the line. I'm holding my crown, I never back down. I never back down. mercy for rivals, this is for glory, this is our story. This is the future, this is my time, I grind and shine. I put in the work and push the line. I'm holding my ground, I never back down. I never back down.
So here we are and welcome back. You can see we're just moments away from getting race 3 in flight 6 underway. The boats all teed up on that start line. The gun goes, a good acceleration from boat number 6. Hopefully that wasn't any earlier then. That has changed. So there was a slight sort of change. We can see the bottom, just in bottom of the screen there, just appearing, was the starting vessel. So all they've done is jumped it to the other side of the race course to give the boats a little bit more space to set up on that right-hand side. So due to this breeze clocking towards that right-hand side that we saw over the period of time over the last sort of few races, they've just switched aside. So that was due to that slight delay, but we are back underway and going. So you can see quite a big shift coming in, forcing those boats to tack off. So now the Norwegians sort of closest towards us, they would be looking for that gap to get away, but actually they're looking to go. There's some raise of hands there, looking at pretty tightly contested section, whether there was a penalty going to be thrown out there, but that was something in between the middle of the race. But again, you can see, so the green boat down towards coming off this pin end, putting itself right down into this bottom section of the race course. And it's going to end up being a little bit reliant on these other boats to be able to come back across. So one boat coming back across in the bottom left.
So that's the boat you're talking about, Corky, is Asgard Strand's sail foreigning from Norway. And looks like, is that the one that has been bounced back out?
There was the one just coming across on starboard and hasn't been bounced, but it's the two Norwegian boats now being bounced. So again, very much dictated. So we've seen them come in on this port-hand side, and it does work, but it's a matter of being able to have a clear lane into that. It's a high-risk strategy as well, coming into the windward mark on port, because again, it doesn't give you a lot of wiggle room coming in. So a big dive down here from boat on board there.
That was the Norwegians. I think we just saw the big bear away. We're on board with the Austrians right now, and they are coming in for about 3rd or 4th at the windward mark, but it's super packed right now. Really, really busy. And which of these port tackers is going to be able to get in cleanly at this windward mark? You're so disadvantaged in terms of the rules when you come in on port tack, but it's very tempting to come in from that side of the race course.
Well, you can see them all holding themselves to the last possible thing. A big shift to the right, which is going to allow these boats to get round. But you could see them all holding because they were all locked in, overlapped over each other. No one was able to force the tack. But you can see the big wind shift and the gap that it created by the mark. With number 8 there, the turquoise boat, just threading it in. So they've actually sort of just nipped inside. But you can see how confused that breeze is at the top mark.
So Brando Seglare from Finland, they managed to break clear of that mess at the windward mark. Pretty much every other boat is caught in the pack. So it's a matter of whether the Finns have got clear enough ahead in the lead to be able to stay ahead of the melee and defend from where they are right now. We so often see the leader break further and further away and extend their lead. So this is what we're seeing at the moment.
A penalty being applied to Seagull Club. Matse, the Austrian boat at the top part of the race course, now has dropped them back to 7th in that. They were you'll see in the yellow boat, but a penalty somewhere obviously being infringed. You can see the little circle that they're ready to completed their penalty turn. But again, that will have been some impact at that windward mark. But look at how, looking at those tracer lines, how tightly packed everyone was trying to get around that windward mark and the change in the breeze. And again, the distance here in that back screen.
And how much more breeze there is at the back of our picture there. You can just see the breeze is quite a bit stronger. And Brando Seglare in the front of the picture still leading this race, but must be a little bit concerned by how much wind they're seeing brought in by their rivals on the far side. So Brando Seglare are committed to this mark that they're just about to turn around now. But my fear for them would be that they're going to be on the soft side of the race course, and maybe some of the chasing boats are going to be able to find better breeze on the far side of the race course. These are worrying times, even though the Finns are leading this race. Will it stay that way? Because the breeze looks like it's a lot better on the right-hand side.
We've seen that quite a lot, is that leading boat go round this closer near side sort of gate mark, all look quite comfortable, but suddenly those boats taking that far side gate mark, just suddenly nibbling away at that lead and closing that gap. So we can see that line going across the screen, that's the lead line, so still staying with Brando Siglieri, sort of coming up on this side of the course, but it's normally where it then suddenly clicks towards that right-hand side, and whether that right-hand side boat's going to come back with better breeze and a greater angle. But you can see, again, still a good bit of sea weight coming up, not a great tack, and there's that angle change, okay? The camera's going to skew this angle a little bit more, so it's not going to be as clear from that. But it's certainly, I would say, that right-hand side, again, has come back again quite hard.
It does look like the boat, number 8, has come back at Brando Siglieri, but Brando is now back up in the breeze, and will it be enough to cross clean ahead and maintain the lead? It looks like the Finns can breathe again, and they are still in the lead, but it has really closed up. And so Asgard Strand Sail Forening from Norway, they are now within a shout of being able to attack for the lead. But the Finns put a hard cover on Asgard Strand, forcing the Norwegians to tack away into clear air again. And the breeze still very soft, and the fleet very close packed behind them. Brando Siglieri just holding on to this lead and stretching away again as they're the first to get the new breeze. They're doing 5.8 knots. The other boat's yet to tip over 5 knots. So the lead extending again for Finland. That moment of worry for them round the left-hand mark, but they're now successfully defending as they come up to the windward mark for the second time.
Yeah, interesting. Again, talking about that wind speed, it's sitting around 10, but dropping to 8 knots. Again, that's quite significant. Again, if you're in that different pressure situation, a couple of breeze. But this wind direction is literally moving 20-25 degrees. So an all clear from the umpires there for whatever the call was, whether they felt that they attacked inside and there wasn't enough space. But a green and white flag just hailing that it's all clear, carry on racing. So no penalty given. And that's one of the greatest things that on the water in a lot of racing now that you see is the on-the-water umpire. They play a fundamental part in keeping our racing going really smoothly, and that was exactly that reason. So an incident that happened on that water straight away, umpires raising his flag, decision made, there's no call on the protest. But then look at the wine glass going on in this spinnaker.
Oh, it's shocking, isn't it? On the right-hand side of picture, they haven't managed to jibe the battens on the mainsail, and they're struggling to get that wine glass out. Now we see the sail break clear, and it sets properly. That's who we're looking at now. So eventually they get up and running.
But did you see the angle that they were saying that? And again, these boats here, they're contemplating jibes, they're sort of not, they're sat in the middle bit, that breeze just not settling in. As soon as you break clear of that windward mark, that breeze seems to settle. But look how high the red boat had to sail to just bring themselves further out to get that wine glass out of it, and because of that, then now that's a great shot. You can see there how soft they are in the wind pressure across that gap, and they struggled a lot with that sort of a boat handling manoeuvre, and that twist will have just generally come in because of a poor drop. So the drop suddenly impacts that hoist drastically.
Brando Siglieri, we're looking at them now, still managing to hold on to the lead, but they look over their shoulder and they see how tenuous any lead is in this breeze. Really soft, but if anything, things are looking better for them right now. The boat I'm interested in is left of picture, the blue-tipped spinnaker of Bandholm Sail Club, who did a later set, and it looks like they're putting themselves in position to attack for second place. So meanwhile, the leaders, Brando Siglieri, go round the right-hand leeward mark, but Bandholm Sail Club, they've just jibed. They're going to go round the near mark at the bottom of our screen. What are they going to find?
Well, with the breeze at the moment, it's just clocked at a good sort of 10 degrees further to the left, and it has full stop. So if I was them, I'd be looking to potentially get an attack straight in quite early and get back across, take that advantage. This shift isn't going to hold. If they keep on going out towards that left-hand side, I think they're going to suffer, because I reckon this breeze is going to be headed straight back towards that right-hand side. But if they were to attack anytime soon, make that advantage, but already they're starting to plug that little bit further and keep on going. And I think that advantage will have been dismayed. I heard a whistle then, somewhere come in. So again, whether we're going to see a penalty applied, and who that was aimed at. We'll try and find out and identify that. But look how soft it is in this bottom corner now. Now they're going for that tack. I think that's all advantage gone now.
I think you're right. I mean, let's see what they come back with, but it does look really soft for the boat, Bandholm Sail Club, at the left-hand side, furthest left boat as we see in the picture. But I don't think it's going to be enough for them, this breeze down there. I think first and second are going to hold on to first and second. That's Brando Seglari in first, and Asgardstrand Sail Club from Norway coming across on starboard tack. Bandholm still not out of it. They could still attack for second place, so things coming back for them. They're coming back on a good shift. So the Danes in third, still within a sniff of being able to overtake the Norwegians for second place.
There's a full Scandinavian battle going on at the moment, isn't it? It's sort of, where's your money sit at this point? Well, Brando Seglari have been just able to hold on, but now this is going to draw their attention. The battle's going to unfold for second and third, and so again it will just allow that little bit of pressure to come off that Finnish team. If they're able to hold this line and get round this mark, then that's going to give them a really nice bit of breathing space. You can see how it's starting to tighten up between those three.
Brando Seglari, the first of the Scandinavians around. It's Finland in first, and then a bit of a gap now. They've really opened up a nice more than 30-metre gap to the Norwegians, just narrowly defending second place from Denmark. And good breeze for Brando Seglari. It's a relative term because the breeze is pretty soft generally, but that spinnaker setting nicely for them. We've seen really big holes in the downwind sailing, and we've seen it's really easy to sail into a bad patch and for the Jenica to fall limp. So third boat round going into a jibe, but did they see the boat coming upwind? That's a bit of a messy manoeuvre that they're having to wait for the back marker to go past them before they can set that Jenica on port. We're on board with the Austrians, just getting their Jenica set on starboard jibe, while one of their rivals goes round. I think maybe that's Almere Central from the Netherlands, who went for an early jibe. So Brando Seglari looking backwards just to check that nothing can take this win away from them. The bowman standing up by the mast, facing backwards, giving instructions or observations back to the helmsman, telling him where the breeze is coming from, all the way across the finish line, taking nothing for granted. But this is going to be a race win for Brando Seglari, Vil Korhonen, Edvard Bremer, Jari Bremer and Magnus Borg. Fantastic finish for them.
Well, really interesting. The ones that have, we've sort of haven't really seen a lot play into it is Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, who again have been really consistent, held out, had not a great start, and again a bit punished throughout that race, have picked up sort of penalties, and again have seen them towards the back end of this this race here, and again will have a massive effect on their leaderboard because they were sat comfortably up in sort of second place and have been fighting for it, but have given away 2 or 3 of those extra points that are going to keep it so tight. So the first again is the pressure starting to mount on bits. Now is with this trickier kind of conditions, we're seeing a lot more wind shift and movement in that race course. That breeze going soft, you make a mistake, sit in a dirty lane, don't sit out in that clear air. Well, Queen's in.
Meanwhile, just stealing second place is Bandholm Sail Club from Denmark, who overtook Norway Asgardstrand Sailforening just towards the finish. So a good overtake by the Danes. And in fourth place, Sail Club Matze from Austria, ahead of Almere Central from the Netherlands, and Norddeutsche Regatta Verein in sixth place. A poor result by their high standards, leading this regatta with scores of 2-4, 1-1-2, but now to add a sixth to that is really gonna, it's not gonna tumble them down the leaderboard. They've done well enough up until now to still be in contention, but that's really gonna hurt them. And to drop from first place to maybe back to fifth or sixth as a result of that sixth place in that race, that's not the kind of race they would have envisaged just then.
Well, again, as I say, with only a single point or 2 points separating the lead sort of 4 or 5 boats, suddenly picking up those extra couple of points, that could be really, really difficult coming over these next sort of bits. But they've obviously completed their race in this flight, so there's still 2 other boats in front of them that need to compete and complete there. So they're still in that top 4, which is where they want to be. 2 other boats still to race in their kind of regard to the leading overall boat as Bo Self-Renoining. They're basically leading still and have got a nice little bit of a couple of point gap over the rest of the fleet. So it's going to be really interesting. But what will be nice is once this flight is over, I'll have a look at some of the analytics and see what we can find out from the distances, manoeuvres that are being sailed with those top 4 boats.
Well, meanwhile, we're going to just take a bit of time out to have a look at the Nord Stream race stopover that took place in Kiel just a few weeks ago. And so let's take a look at that, and then maybe we can talk about the relevance of the Nord Stream race to Sailing Champions League and the National League racing, because there's an interesting tie-up between that offshore race in the Baltic and the very short course racing that we're seeing here. So let's take a look at Kiel for the Nord Stream race stopover. The Nord Stream race is back for the 2021 edition, starting in the city of Kiel with 2 days of competition, the welcome race and the inshore races.
This is music for the soul. Get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Like a man's run till you step out the crease. When the whole place scream, gotta get out there.
That feels great. It's have been quite tough these last 2 seasons. Planning, is it going to be, is not going to be, and we're really glad to finally be here and start sailing.
I think we have a really good feeling. We have a new, very young team, and we're all developing very nicely.
Really excited. So, I mean, we come from a small lake in Berlin, so yeah, we are not used to boats like this, so at least not all of us.
Yeah, I'm really happy because this is a perfect event. This is a perfect boat, this 150, and we have a good team. Our crew is the best.
Yeah, it's fantastic. We're so much looking forward to get out there. All what we love about sailing, we will experience tomorrow.
Very tough racing, difficult condition. The wind was very shifty, both in direction and intensity. But we managed to win the first 2 races and finished 3rd in the last one, so we are very happy. Winning is always good, and especially we prove to everybody that we are here for winning and we are a strong crew.
The race is just starting, and it's just the very beginning of it. That's a great event anyway for any guy or girl. That's something what you should do once in your life to understand how difficult it is, and that our life in the office is nothing compared to this life, and there is life outside. Yeah, so this is what I'm enjoying.
Today, the team set sail on the first offshore leg to Copenhagen.
So that's the Nord Stream race, and the interesting thing about it is that if you win your national sailing league from one of those Baltic nations, then you get the right to step out of the J70 that you won that race in and step on board one of those Club Swan 50s. So it's quite a leap, but an amazing opportunity for these short course racers, some of them very young, to be able to step on board a Club Swan 50 and race 1,000 miles across the Baltic. Just quite an amazing experience, and been going very successfully now for more than a decade. So a combination of long offshore legs and short inshore racing. And some of the teams that have won their national sailing leagues this year that are here represented in Porto Cervo know already that they will be racing those Club Swan 50s across the Baltic sometime next summer.
Yeah, it's quite a... It shows the calibre of the sailors and what a diverse way, but what an opportunity for many of these sailors. We've spoken to numerous teams here with many youth sailors that are coming up through the ranks, have done their sort of youth sailing, have come through whether dinghies and done their opti bits and then into 420s or anything through their clubs. But to then, step onto this stage and do it in a J70, but then to go onto a, Club 50, suddenly that's, as you say, it's quite a stepping stone. But what an opportunity. Not many people will have had the opportunity to do this kind of offshore racing, and certainly on like-for-like boats.
Funnily enough, the team that actually won the Nord Stream race, an offshore race from Finland, is the team that's currently leading the standings at this regatta right now, Esbo's Segelförening. So it goes to show that a club can produce great sailors of all different types of genre. So, or maybe it's also the fact that once a good sailor in one field, you're very adaptable to becoming a good sailor in another field. And even though they seem like different sports, sailors can prove themselves across both inshore, short course racing and offshore.
It is. It's a depth, it's a calibre that runs through so many sailing clubs that, let's say, with the number of clubs that are dotted across the globe, is that actually there's not just one or two sailors just cherry-picked from those clubs. It's actually, a lot of them have some real depth and pedigree, and it's fascinating. And this is what I think the Sailing Champions League really highlights, is that many of the sailors that we're seeing here performing on these waters, competing against some sailors that are professional sailors, have competed on the highest stage. Many of them haven't done that. Many of them are in business, enjoy sailing as an additional sport, but it just shows the talent that's here. But it allows you to have a neutral platform to be able to say, right, I'm going to go from sailing at my club against these people to now go on to a global scene, race against the best clubs in the world and race against some of the best sailors in the world. And I think that's a pretty special environment to be able to do it.
Yeah, it seems like such an obvious format now that we see it in play in front of us, and yet it's still relatively new, isn't it? This has only been going a few years, the whole league concept, but it's just taken off like crazy.
That's a great image right there, how still and just gently rocking around inside this inner harbour and looking out there, as I'm sure many of the sailors longing to push out into that breeze. It'd be absolutely ideal, but look at the waves coming in through the entrance of the harbour. It's clearly sort of breaking waves into that entrance, but let's say sort of the breeze out there, 18, sort of 20 knots, still a little bit further, so a lot more sheltered in this harbour and flatter conditions, but who knows, fingers crossed there, that might be an option for tomorrow. We'll see what the weather provides.
We're still waiting for things to settle down here in the harbour in Porto Cervo, a bit of reorganisation of the race course. So while we're waiting for things to settle down, let's just take a look at the second stopover of the Nord Stream race this year. Leg 1 of the Nord Stream race has been completed in 25 hours in extremely tricky conditions.
We had a long night with not so much wind, really exciting, really difficult to sail a boat where you can't really see anything.
It's quite much easier when it's light and you can see the sails and the trimming and everything that happens around you. So now it was darkness and a lot of lights around mostly.
It was short but very tough. I like a pole position in Formula 1, I would say.
In the end of the race, really nice sailing. I mean, I think we sailed like 15 knots downwind, and yeah, like sailing a big dinghy. It was really good fun.
So we actually had really good routing, and we have really talented people on board. We felt really fast all the time, so with perfect routing we could overtake the others.
The most female sailors in the history of the Nord Stream race are competing this year. Across the 5 teams, there are 6 women taking part.
So about being a girl on board, I don't think it's really that much different. You are still part of the crew and it doesn't really feel different at all.
When we choose the crew members of the boat, we didn't go on any gender or anything. It was about the skills as sailors.
Having really important jobs on board, and yeah, you just go for the quality of your skills and not really who you are.
You definitely just have to go for it. Don't be afraid and don't think that, yeah, I'm a girl, I can't do this and I don't know how this works and they won't take me because I'm a girl. Just go for it.
We have been battling with the Russians, and we did it today with 2 firsts and a second. So we come to home waters, we come to Copenhagen, and we take a win in front of family, friends, and the Russian team has just been over and congratulate us. There's a lot of good sportsmanship here. Yeah, it gives such a nice feeling in the body.
Over the next 2.5 days, the fleet will be racing towards Stockholm.
And it is the longest leg of the whole Nord Stream race. It's going to be a hard challenge, more darkness and much colder.
So that was the race from Copenhagen to Stockholm, and it was a light wind drifter. And we saw some of the sailors from KDY, Royal Danish Yacht Club, taking part in that, and we see KDY about to take part in this next race. We've got about 40 seconds to the start, and we've got the Danes I've just mentioned, Aeronautica Militare from Italy, Yacht Club de Cherbourg from France. From Germany, we've got One Kiel and Kieler Yacht Club. We have the RCNA from Lanzarote, Spain, and we have our series leaders from Finland, Espoo Segelforening, winners of the Nord Stream race just a few weeks ago in a very different style of racing. 10 seconds to go, and let's see who can make hay out of this start. It's still light wind conditions, 5 seconds to go. We're on board with One Kiel just there. And boat number 7, Lanzarote Arrecife from Spain, looks like they're going to win the pin. And I really like the way the Spanish have just started there on the right of our picture, Corky.
Yeah, superb start. They basically carried off that little bit more speed early. There were a lot of the boats in the middle. We're unsure where that line was exactly, so they came on late with those unfurling the jib and getting that speed on. But it certainly looks like that breeze has clicked slightly towards the left-hand side. All of them suddenly we're sailing a slightly higher angle, so this is just going to favour the Spanish team here. And you can see trying to drop into this slightly high mode now, try and bump people off. Big header sort of coming in. You can see some of the jibs just starting to flutter, but all they're trying to do is squeeze that gap. So now look at that. They've now got the opportunity to tack if they want to go, and this is exactly what looks like is going to happen.
So that was a very early advantage, a small advantage that already Spain have turned into a big advantage as they tack and cross the rest of the fleet, and we don't see someone taking hold of a race quite as quickly as we've just seen the Spanish do it. Now the question is, in these tricky, shifty conditions, will they be able to hold on to that advantage? Because we've seen so many shifts on this race course and so many wind holes and gusts, and look at some of the slop that they're having to break through. Keeping the boats moving on this port tack is quite difficult at times.
Yeah, well, this is kind of exactly how we planned this first sort of beat. We talked about it quite a lot, is coming off that port end, being able to get clear, and if you're able to squeeze that tack in, come back across more in that mid part of the race course to allow you to access that right shift. So from what the Spanish are doing, they're the first team that have been able to actually conduct this, as you say, get that tack in early. And you can see what a commanding position it sets you in. You come across, even though this breeze is slightly light, it then sets you up onto this starboard shift. So even these tacks, when they're coming up into this top corner, we can see how glassy the water changes. So that's what the sailors will be looking for. They can see those darker patches on the water. Darker patches mean a little bit more breeze filtering down. So that's how we determine whether there's breeze on the water. You can see it just starts to go a little bit more glassy up in this top corner. So if they're able to get round in the first couple of boats, it allows you to escape from the rest of the bundle. The more boats there are, the more disturbed the air, and certainly in these lighter breezes, creates even bigger problem for them.
Beautiful hoist there by the Spanish, holding on to the lead, closely followed by Keeler Yacht Club, not that far behind the Spanish leaders. And then our series leaders going round Esbo Segel Vereinigung, but also with one keel, one of the best teams from Germany. So very tight battle between those two top-class teams. And we got two representatives of the city of Kiel from Germany, Keeler Yacht Club in second, and one keel who have now overtaken Esbo Segel Vereinigung, the Finnish, and displaced the Finns down to fourth place in this race.
Yeah,
early jibe out for Keeler Yacht Club. They're the first to get onto Port Jibe on the left of your screen. And it looks good for Keeler Yacht Club, having made that early manoeuvre. Looks very soft for the boats bringing up the rear here. They're all disturbing each other's air. And this is all playing into the hands of Keeler Yacht Club on the left of picture.
Yeah, they've got to be, as I say, looking to get out a bit earlier. And certainly, again, looking at Aeronautica Militaire, if they take an early jibe, they can take real advantage. But they look like they're just tracking down behind everyone. You know, again, I would have gone slightly earlier, put yourself sort of bow forward of them. We can see just left of picture the red kite. If they had gone slightly earlier, you would have forced those people to take that jibe slightly earlier to defend that position, and that would have given them a bit of drop. Early drop sort of coming in here, certainly in this light breeze. But if it's enables them to hold their position and a good rounding, then that's all that's going to matter. But look how much later that kite's coming down on Keeler Yacht Club.
Yes, maybe a little bit too much of an early conservative drop there by the Spanish. Meanwhile, Keeler Yacht Club only just getting their Jenica down, but they probably did that just about right. But still looking pretty good for the Spanish in the lead here. Fortunate for them that the second place boat is following them around, making their job a little bit easier. And it looks like the bulk of the fleet is going to be coming round this left-hand mark, all playing into the hands of the Spanish in the lead.
Well, just looking at this, where the camera's position, you can see the vang or the kicking strap just in shot here. Even though it's being bumped around, you can see how soft that rope is. Now a little bit of tension coming on, but a lot of it all coming through the main sheet. So it shows how light that breeze is. There's not a huge amount of tension being applied on that sort of kicking strap. So shows the breeze is soft. It means that over these waves, they're trying to allow that sail just to twist open at the top and drive the boat forward. And certainly any bit of chop, if that sail's too tight, it'll end up just shutting down that leach, and the wind will disturb off it. So it's really interesting, sort of starting to pick up on the breeze and what's out on the water. It is just that softer bit. The leading Spanish team here, so you can see crew members identifying breeze further up, talking through tactics. Little glance over that shoulder to identify where Keeler Yacht Club are. Do they need to tack? Do they need to defend their position? They're happy with the breeze they're going, so they're going to stick with where they're at, but in a commanding position. So where we look is try and identify where the middle of the race course is. So taking those two bottom marks and the top mark, they're just right of that centre line. So actually they're in a really good commanding position, because it means they can take the options of any shifts available. So a superb race being held by the Spanish at the moment.
And the Spanish decide to do a tack. They're not that far off the ley line, but they decide to do two extra tacks, maybe to cover the boat on the right of picture, Keeler Yacht Club, and maybe because they just don't want to get onto ley line any earlier than they need to. Nice roll tack there by the Spanish, and they'll be straight back into another roll tack in the next few seconds. Just about to roll now, trying to keep as much movement of the rig through the air as possible, keep the sails wafting through the breeze, straight into getting the pole out. Jib gets furled away as the kite goes up and gets set. Very slick manoeuvre by the sailors from Lanzarote, who have extended their lead and now have the pick of the race course. I think we'll probably see them go for an early jibe, as we see Keeler Yacht Club going around in second ahead of Royal Danish Yacht Club. Big bear away there by Keeler Yacht Club. Very aggressive steering, helming, pulling the boat to windward on top of them.
And again, it just shows that the boat at the back of the fleet at the moment is Esbo Segel Vereinigung, and they're basically mixing it in with those last sort of boats, trying to shuffle for any sort of possible places. But again, really interesting. We saw in that last race in the flight just before it, were the Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, They suffered a 6th place, and that was their kind of bit. Now we're starting to see sort of some of the top teams start to just have that shuffle, and it just shows how confused that race course is. It shows that consistency is still going to play out, but it does open up that sort of field. Rather than seeing it look really compacted at the top part of the leaderboard, now it's a few bigger scores starting to scrape in. So actually it's opening the eyes to some of the other people, certainly that you highlighted, Andy, with the Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, and about the opportunities of making some jumps up that leaderboard.
Yeah, let's see if Esbo Sego Forening, currently in 5th, can do anything to salvage a better position than that. We see the top 4 boats in this race right now, and the leader by a long, long way, just getting their Jenica down and going round this same mark they chose the previous time around, is the sailors from Lanzarote representing Arrecife. Nice rounding by them. And none of the other boats are anywhere close to the leeward gate yet. So that's how much of a commanding lead is being held by the Spanish. And a much closer fight between 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. And who's going to be taking, it looks like, is that the Italians that are taking the inside around? Just trying to work out which boat. No, that's the KDY, Royal Danish Yacht Club, that have now overtaken Keeler Yacht Club. So a bit of a giveaway there. Bad positioning by Keeler Yacht Club has handed over 2nd place in this race to Royal Danish Yacht Club on the left of your picture. And then on the far right-hand side, going up towards the top of the screen, the Italians on Aeronautica Militari have gone to the right-hand side of the racecourse. That's who we're on board with now. How's that break away from the rest of the fleet working out for them? We'll have to see what kind of breeze the Italians can pick up on the right-hand side of the racecourse.
Well, looking at, so there in the bottom right-hand corner with the red trailer, that's exactly who we're talking about at the moment. So coming back on the same tack, so holding that sort of lane. But really interesting that, again, they've not had that kick out towards the right. They've not had that real big shift, but can still look, it's really light sort of in and around towards that breakwater. So the Spanish have just literally done a repeat of what they wanted to do last time. Held that tack a little bit longer. They've quite happily reduced the number of manoeuvres they're doing just by just holding out that little bit longer. And by doing that, it's about a speed race now. It's about just keeping an eye on what's going on behind. But again, the pressure is on those other boats about where they can sort of identify the place. So everyone's just taking that tack back out onto this port tack, taking that shift back across the race course. But it's becoming a really quite confused race course with that breeze, but still really soft across the whole course.
Which is why we're seeing such gentle roll tacks executed here by the Spanish, keeping the boat speed on as much as possible through every manoeuvre. They've already got that Quantum Jenica laid out on the foredeck, ready to get up ASAP. It's not going to need to be their best hoist because they've got such a commanding lead, but it's still a fantastic execution of teamwork between the 4 sailors representing Lanzarote. Looking very focused, not taking anything for granted, and they're on a good heading down towards the super yacht at the top of the screen, followed by Royal Danish Yacht Club, who overtook Keeler Yacht Club. Sorry, Keeler Yacht Club. Just letting things settle down. I'm just checking which boat it is. I think it is Royal Danish Yacht Club in 2nd place now, ahead of Keeler Yacht Club in 3rd. So that's been good sailing by the Danes to move up into 2nd place in this race. Aeronautica Militare, they gambled on the right-hand side. Didn't work out for them. They're further back from 2nd and 3rd. And now they've got Esbo Sego Forening breathing down their necks in 5th place. And Esbo Sego Forening will be doing everything they can to overtake those Italians on the final run to the finish, because every point counts. And at the moment, this is going to be an expensive addition to the Finnish team's overall scores. They're still leading this series at the moment, but they may not be if things finish the way they are right now in this race.
So again, crew all sat nice and far forward, trying to minimise that drag at the back of the boat. So even though clever hull design, still bigger at the back of the boat and just needs to bring it forward. So not worried too much about the kite, but look at that lead. They're the only ones in image as the hooter sounds, and the team from Lanzarote taking a race win.
So congratulations to Nete Armas, the skipper, with his crew, Ricardo Tirades, Rafa Lasso and Tomas Fuentes, representing the Real Club Nautico Arrecife from Lanzarote, the Spanish champions in their national league, and looking like they have the form to be the Sailing Champions League winners here in Porto Cervo. That would make them the best team in Europe. And meanwhile, Royal Danish Yacht Club, they overtook Keeler Yacht Club earlier on in the race. They cross for second place in this race. Good finish for them. And very, very close here. Who's it going to be? It's going to be a photo finish. Boat number 2, Aeronautica Militare, take third place. Just steal it right at the end from Keeler Yacht Club. And then coming back, further back down, we've got One Keel from Germany finishing in 5th place. And then 6th place for Esbo Segelvereinigung. A disastrous, by their high standards, a disastrous 6th place finish for them, when you think that their other scores up until now have been 2-1-1, 2-4, and now a 6th. And that has dropped them off the top spot. We will go into the leaderboard in a moment, but not a good finish for them, and not a good finish for Yacht Club de Cherbourg, having won their previous heat. Yacht Club de Cherbourg now finished last in that race. Again, that kind of inconsistency, not difficult to achieve here. Very, very difficult to be consistent. And so often we see a boat finish one race in the lead and then finish last in the next, or vice versa. So we'll let the leaderboard settle down in a moment. We'll just do our sums and bring that up very shortly. Here we are. So the new leaders after the end of Flight 6 are the Swiss Segler Vereinigung Kreuzlingen, with a second place from Flight 6, moving them up 3 points ahead of Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. 6th place, a disaster for them in Flight 6. 6th place for Esbo Segelvereinigung, dropping the former leaders down to 3rd place. In 4th place, Flensburger Segel Club on 18 points. That race win launching them up the leaderboard. One Keel with a 5th that we saw just now, a bit average for them, and that drops them down to 5th. Royal Danish Yacht Club, a 2nd place in that race just now, moves them into contention for the top 4. Remember, we're talking about a top 4 final. That's how this championship is decided tomorrow afternoon. Olandska Segel Salskapet, a last for them, very uncharacteristic. After 5 scores in the top 3, they will be licking their wounds from Flight 6. Aeronautica Militare, a very good 3rd place, just stealing 4th right at the end of that race. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda making amends for last in the Flight 5 with a 1st in Flight 6. And Verein Segler Haus am Wannsee with a 4th, putting them in 10th. On the 2nd page of the leaderboard, Royal Swedish Yacht Club, KSSS, the best of the rest, in 11th. Bandholm Sail Club from Denmark in 12th. In 13th, the only Russians here, Zid Art Sailing Team. Then Norway again, Asgard Strand Seilvereinigung. The Spanish, can you believe, still only 15th after winning that flight so comprehensively. They're still only in 15th place. Still a lot of work for the Spanish to do to get up into the top of the leaderboard. Yacht Club de Cherbourg, 1st in their previous flight, last in the flight we saw just then. Keeler Yacht Club just dropping down right at the end of that last leg. They are in 17th place. Almere Central from the Netherlands in 18th. 19th, the young sailors from Regatta Club Oberhofen, Switzerland in 19th. Brando Seglare, they won their race and they are now in 20th. So even when you win a race, you can still find yourself only knocking on the door of the top 20. So the breeze is holding up, Sparky. Who would have thought that we were worried about the lack of breeze? But if anything, we could do with a little bit more wind than we've got. It's still very sailable by all means, isn't it?
Oh, it's still cracking sailing conditions, and again, the sailors would chomp at the point of being out there and racing, and as I say, having this option. But was it really interesting that obviously the breeze that was forecasted, 18, 20 plus knots, well, it clearly looks like that there's that breeze sort of outside the actual harbour, but now being inside this, it's a bit softer than actually it was. So, you know, again, decisions being made. Now the courses are set up. You know, do you just keep on running it? Do you dare risk sort of trying to move it now and so on? Well, actually, you know, the delays that will impact on the sailors and everything else, probably better off just running it how it is. But, you know, I'm sure some questions and some points are going to be raised about potentially looking outside tomorrow, because I think sort of a lot of the sailors would love to be out there and actually just having that little bit more breeze, bit more sort of space to stretch their legs. Okay, there's the sea weight to deal with, but as we mentioned, the sailors should be able to deal with all different types of environments. And at the moment, you know, yeah, this is providing this kind of little bit here, this kind of where it looks. But interestingly, I was just looking through the analytics at what's coming up, and actually the leading boat overall at the moment from Switzerland, Kreuzlingen, actually are the boat that have the highest average speed across all of the races. So not by anything radically significant, by like sort of 0.6 of a knot and so on, but consistently, if they're averaging a sort of a quicker speed across there, distance-wise, a lot of the boats are fairly sort of similar and packed in, but actually the one that sailed the least amount of distance, and this has got to be taken with a little bit of a pinch of salt from when it's recorded, but actually across the race courses is Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, who are sat in second position. So if you want to basically have a look at the most crude basics way of trying to win a race, is that we've got to sit there and look at boat speed, distance and number of manoeuvres. And one of the things that just jumped out is obviously the boat that's averaging the quickest speed across all races is the one that's currently sat in first place. The boat that's minimised the amount of distance sailed is the boat sat in second place. And so from that, it's just really quite interesting in terms of two of the factors that you would favour of sailors needing to be up at the top of the leaderboard. Those two lead boats are both pushing those elements. So
the Swiss in the lead are the fastest through the water.
Yep.
And Norddeutsche Regatta Verein in second. They have sailed the least distance.
Correct.
And so what about who's done the fewest manoeuvres?
That's what I'm just analysing at the moment. So come back to me on that point on the third one. But with that, it just shows that it's a really interesting sort of bit. Again, manoeuvres in that last race, watching, as I say, the Spanish team from Lanzarote there actually put in 2 or 3 extra attacks when they didn't really need to, but they did it as more of a defensive thing. At the end of the day, you cross the line, that's where you finish. It's not sort of done on time or anything else. So you're not going to gain any more by... It's lovely to win by a 30-second lead, and it makes you feel all very comfortable about it. But as long as you win by 1 second in front of someone, and that placement is your placement, then that's it. So they were quite happy to sacrifice a couple of manoeuvres to ensure their position rather than that, and even though by doing that they still managed to stretch their lead, so had that comfortability. So I think with the conditions we've got a lot of manoeuvres that are going in with dealing with these shifts. Some are maybe unnecessary and required, but then some will be, and the descent quite defensive or attacking positions. So really interesting, but certainly speed and distance at the moment, our top 2 boats are ticking those boxes.
Okay. Well, we're looking at the team of Aeronautica Militare, the Italian Air Force, representing their country, not in the air but on the water for this one. We're waiting for some repairs to be made to some of the boats to get them up and running for the next race. So we're waiting for that to happen. Let's take a look at the third stopover of the Nord Stream race, which took place in Stockholm.
It's been quite light conditions and quite tricky. There were a lot of different wind predictions, and in the end, this last day we've been sailing in a wind that wasn't really in any of the predictions. So I think the navigation and the routing has been quite difficult and quite tricky.
Especially from navigator's point of view, you always have to find the next pressure and position yourself in the fleet so you can reach the next pressure before that. And yeah, not that much sleep. I think I slept maybe 8 hours in total or something.
Actually, quite difficult leg for us, very long, and unfortunately we have some tactical wrong decision which cost a lot.
So we were happy coming into Stockholm with a lead of 5 kilometers to the second place Swedish boat. However, we did a mistake in our navigation close to Stockholm that we missed a mark, a sea mark, so we had to return to that one. So we missed Sweden at the end, so we had to be happy with our second place. So.
We were sailing really good, pushing the boat, not really getting all the way into the Danish guys, but they made a small mistake in the end, unfortunately for them, and lucky for us, which happens in the racing, and this also shows that the race is not over until you actually are on the finish line. Well, it feels amazing to be winning the leg back to Stockholm, to our home waters, and actually our own playground, especially here in Nynäshamn, where I more or less grew up training a lot when I was a kid.
After 2 out of 4 offshore legs, Team Denmark holds the lead in the overall offshore ranking. Due to the late finish after 56 hours of sailing from Copenhagen to Stockholm, the scheduled inshore races for Sunday were postponed. This gave the teams a lay day to recover and change crew. On Monday morning, the fleet took part in one inshore race in the beautiful surroundings of the Stockholm archipelago. The race was won by the team from St. Petersburg Yacht Club, which now puts the Russians on top of the overall inshore rankings. Immediately after the inshore race, the crews got ready for the start of offshore leg 3. However, following a collision at the start between the Danish and Swedish boats, only the 3 other teams, Russia, Finland and Germany, were able to set out on the 200 nautical miles to Helsinki. Sadly for Denmark and Sweden, the collision damage was too severe for them to be able to continue in the race. Well, that must have hurt, mustn't it, Corky, that collision? Oof. I mean, we see close quarters racing going on here all the time, but the bowsprits are retractable on these J70s. On the Club Swan 50, they're a permanent extension, and, well, that got them into all kinds of trouble, the Danish team there, didn't it?
But the thing that sort of surprises me is when you come down into small sports boats like this, into dinghies, they're a lot easier to manoeuvre, you've got less space to move and so on, and actually your placement on the start line is pretty fundamental. We see a race course like this, and if your start suffers from its position, that can have a detrimental effect straight away at the first mark position. But when you go into like an offshore leg, like they were racing then, as long as you get off the start line cleanly and everything's going, you know, there's only going to be 10, 15, 20, 30 seconds gap between those things, and when those things are actually running, it's just completely unnecessary that you're jostling for a position on the start line that actually isn't going to have any impact in the leg itself.
It goes to show, doesn't it, the red mist can descend, and when competitive sailors get into that close quarters environment, they can forget that actually the bigger picture is just get a reasonable start, because we've got hundreds of miles to work out how this race is going to play out. You don't need to win every last second of advantage on the start line. But in this kind of racing, with 1 minute to go to the first race of Flight 7, every second does count. And that's why we see so many boats over the line, because they're just pushing the limits as much as possible. So let's see who is going to come out on top in this race. We have got no fools in this lineup. We've got the Royal Danish Yacht Club from Denmark. You've got Aeronautica Militare from Italy, Norddeutsche Regatta Verein from Germany, Åländska Segelsällskapet from Finland, Halmstad Segelsällskap from Sweden, Kille Yacht Club from Germany, and another Finnish team that we saw win their race earlier, Brando Seglare. We've got lots of previous race winners that have won races in the last couple of days here. So who's going to come out on top of this high quality fleet? We've got 15 seconds to go. And Corky, as you know, I always obsess over which boat is closest to the pin. And at the moment it's Kille Yacht Club with boat number, sail number 5, just about to come off the start line and get launched, and that immediately puts them in a great position to see what Keeler Yacht Club can do. But also some good starts for the yellow boat, that's Brando Seglare, and up on the far right-hand side, it's Norddeutsche Regatta Verein with boat number 6. We're on board there with one of the Finnish teams. I think that's Brando Seglare that we're looking at there.
Well, interesting sort of in that final bit, distance to the start, when that gun went, the two Finnish boats were literally under 1 metre away from that line and so were punching it hard. But actually, one of the boats that was furthest back was Aeronautica Militaire, and they were the ones that seemed to struggle, get pushed off, had to tack out early from that. Royal Danish Yacht Club also a good sort of 5 metres back. So we're talking a good boat length of judgment here. But again, because the breeze is changing so much when you actually deploy that jib, and we've kind of been talking about it, is I'd rather have it out a little bit earlier and have that sort of speed come on that bit earlier and allow it to do. But we can see the KDY sort of just positioned second of left in the green sort of tracer there. So they're going to now able to have that option to be able to tack out. But it was Norddeutsche Regatta Verein that are literally being able to hold track at this point. But there we go. Just as you were kind of after, that pin end boat, Keeler Yacht Club makes that gain slightly earlier, but then have they come across in that breeze to allow them to tack and take that right shift? That's what we've been always talking about. Can you get yourself across to then be able to access that right shift without that right shift coming back too soon? We know if you go right too early on, when you get out underneath sort of that breakwater over the other side, that seems to you seem to suffer for a bit of breeze. The Norddeutsche Regatta Verein now coming back on that starboard side, but I think they're going to find these two boats, leading boats, the Keeler Yacht Club and the Royal Danish Yacht Club, are going to put one straight in front of them, which is going to create some dirty air, and going to see if they're able to squeeze around that windward mark.
So it is Keeler Yacht Club going round in first place, and yet again the boat that wins the left-hand end of the start line is leading around. There's a clear pattern that emerges here, and I'm surprised we don't see a bigger fight for the pin end of these start lines. Behind them we see Åländska Segelsällskapet from Finland go round in second, and now it's a big squeeze to get the next boat around. It's boat number 1, Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, just about get round, but are they going to be rolled round the outside by boat number 6?
It's a red flag gone up on the umpire's boat, so that is a penalty there. So you can see it just flying down. Nice little twist in that, but that has got to go towards the Swedish team, tacking in on that gap there. But look at the impact it has on the boats that weren't involved in that. And that's the hardest thing to deal with in that sort of situation is, yes, a penalty may be applied. There's the penalty going to boat number 1.
And that is Åländska Segelsällskapet. So the Finns having to bring up the rear now. ASS right at the back of the fleet.
And then now the other big thing is what it did to Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. That has dragged them back. They're the purple kite as well. So even though they actually were actually kind of pretty clear from all of that, they got drawn back into it because of someone else pushing the rules. And so that's the hardest thing about doing it, trying to sail clean, try and keep yourself out of it. But again, another thing that they've now got to battle their way through.
Keeler Yacht Club leading at the moment, looking at the mess behind them and thinking, yep, that's all good for us. The messier it gets behind us, the easier it becomes for us to lead this race. As they do a jibe drop, a little bit late getting that Jenica down. Looks like they've got a jam, they've maybe got a knot in the sheet, and that was a little bit slow getting that down, but it's not going to do them too much harm. But certainly an opportunity for Royal Danish Yacht Club to close the gap in second place, following the Germans around the left-hand mark, with Aeronautica Militare going round in third place, some way back.
And this is where the pressure mounts, isn't it? And this is where the boat handling bits come down to it. How much time have you had in these boats? How much time do you practice and prep these bits? And as soon as that little competitive mode comes down, we saw and talked about the Nord Stream race with that incident and so on, that little red mist and that competitiveness of just trying to push that little bit further can create those mistakes in boat handling. But not only just a mistake in boat handling, it can actually be costly because your position then suffers going there. So looking upwind, you can see again, it looks quite glassy over towards that far left-hand side. So you'll see most of the boats, Keeler Yacht Club, taking that tack across a little bit earlier, using some of the breeze to bring themselves back across the middle. And likewise, it looks like the Royal Danish Yacht Club doing a similar set thing.
Royal Danish Yacht Club following the leaders, not really challenging the leaders, just seeing where the best breeze is, reckoning that Keeler Yacht Club has it about right and not really seeing a passing opportunity. So the Danes just happy to consolidate their position in second place. They'll be keeping an eye on Aeronautica Militare out on the far side on the right of our screens. They've really chanced their arm to see if they can find something different out to the right-hand side. They're now top of picture. And it looks like the breeze is actually fairly good for the Italians. So will this be an opportunity for Italy to go on the attack against Denmark? The Italians doing over 6 knots of boat speed. The Danes not even touching 5 knots of boat speed. So this could be a gain for Italy on the far right-hand side.
Certainly going to be tight, and the boats coming in on that right-hand side will obviously have the advantage from a rules situation on starboard, but it won't even come into that. There's a clear change in place from that. So well done to the Italians picking up on that sort of breeze and have taken that really nicely. But for these guys out in front, can they extend their lead?
Big heel to windward, helping the boat steer with heel, not just relying on the rudder. The more you use your rudder, the more you're using it as a brake. So you use your sail trim and your body trim to move the boat around underneath you. And now it's the Italians, the flying squad, Aeronautica Militare, move up into second and ahead of Royal Danish Yacht Club, who are now in third place. We're on board with them now, the Danes going for the Jennica hoist, closely followed by Ålandska Segelsällskapet, I think. Just need to check if that is them, because if it is them, they've had a really good gain after doing that penalty.
I think it's Norddeutsche Regatta Wein just kind of squeezing up and...
You're right.
Just hiding it, it's sort of in there. So, again, trying to make some gains here. But again, quite a blow to sort of... They're starting to chalk up a few more points on this leaderboard. So, again, it just shows how open this is. We've got a full day of racing and flights to go tomorrow. So, every single race matters. And so, you know, it's about not getting ahead of yourself, taking one race at a time. That's exactly what Keeler Yacht Club have done. They've come off that pin end, given themselves that leading position, sitting up into that middle part of the race course, coming back over towards the right, trying to stay in that stronger breeze. And look at the lead that they've now extended out.
Almost no other boat in the picture as they get their Jennica down in this race for the final time. They move on to the third of 3 laps in Flight 7 Race 1, and a very commanding lead for Keeler Yacht Club right now. Good mark rounding. Aeronautica Militare from Italy just about to go into their Jennica drop, and they're going to be following the leaders around the same race mark. So happy to sit in second place, not really attacking, more consolidating. But let's not forget that the gain that the Italians made on the previous leg was going out to the far side. So have they seen something different this time? Are they actually keeping their eyes out of the boat and thinking, just because we did well on the right-hand side previous leg doesn't mean we're going to do well the next time round?
Well, interesting. Out on the other side of the race course, Ålandska Segelsällskapet taking that jibe right in front of Norddeutsche Regatta Wein. And so you can see them fighting for that other lane, but again, pushing them back into 5th place. So the gain made from the Finns there, just squeezing in front of the German boat there. So again, it just shows those place changes, but this has got to be the comfortable way to go out. Get out into that middle breeze, stay in that sort of breeze line back across towards the right, and then take that advantage on that right. We know that right does offer that breeze, and if you can get into it sooner, it does offer that sort of right bit. But getting right into that corner, does it do enough? Oh dear, bit of windage on his shoelaces there, sort of, you know, but going for a big stretch. You can see the crew members, when that power comes in, getting their weight over the side, trying to do everything possible to lean that weight over, give them the extra leverage, put that power back into the rig to try and flatten the boat. So as that breeze, as I say, constantly changing, it's sitting around sort of that 8 knots, but these gusts are coming in and then bringing that wind speed consistently back up to sort of 12 knots. So some big gains to be had. But again, there's some big holes in this race course where you can just drop into that sort of 7, 8 knots. And look how much further this time had to go past for that tack. So you can see the wind shift that's come and favoured this left-hand side, because they've certainly had to sail a greater distance before taking that tack.
That's very true. So that they'll do a straight set most likely and stay on starboard jibe. And this left-hand shift has played into the hands of Aeronautica Militare, who for a while I wondered if they were going to be threatened for second place by Royal Danish Yacht Club. But you can see there's a 30-metre gap now. So the early tack that the Royal Danish Yacht Club made didn't work out for them. And they have yielded the advantage yet again to the Italians, who are on board with now as they hoist their Jenica for the final time, going on to the last leg of race 1, flight 7. And a big gap back to from the Royal Danish Yacht Club to the rest of the pack. And don't forget, we got some seriously classy sailors in the rest of this fleet. We got Brando Seglari in 4th. We got Orlanza Segelsalskapet in 5th, 2 Finnish teams. And then Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, who are fighting it out at the back. So one of the best teams, former winners of the Sailing Champions League, and they are struggling to get out of last place.
Well, and if that's the case and where they'll sit, this could see them go from what was in that magic number 4. This could push them back down to 11. But again, this is one of the races still that they've got other boats to race their flights, so that's not a given. But again, the last couple of results that they've had has suddenly, in the last sort of few races, they've had a 6 and a 7, which, if that is the case, are 2 of the biggest sort of numbers they could put on that leaderboard, and back to back, which they will really start to sweat.
So clear winners of flight 7 race 1, it's Kieler Yacht Club from Germany. Absolutely ran away with that, and they certainly deserve that high five. It all goes back to that start, winning the pin end of the line and being able to tack across when they wanted to on that first leg, and then just the mess that developed behind them, which they were always staying in front of. So we've got a long way back to the second place boat, Aeronautica Militare from Italy. So very well done to Moritz Peltzner, Noah Piotraszke, Kaya Bertolot and Anton Lancius from Kieler Yacht Club. We're on board now with Aeronautica Militare, sailing across for second place. Not that far ahead of Royal Danish Yacht Club, but comfortable enough for the Italians. Nicola Bertola, Giancarlo Simioli, Marco Balbi, Giovanna Banetta ahead of Royal Danish Yacht Club, who were in 3rd in that race. Henrik Jensen, Thomas Hartvig, Niels Gramkoy and Jeppe Black Lundahl coming across in 5th place. We haven't had much to say about them. Race winners earlier today, Brando Seglari from Finland, and also Orlanska Segelsalskapet, who had to take that penalty earlier in the race. Could have been so much better if they'd managed to avoid that. But Orlanska did get back up to 4th, and then it's Brando Seglari in the yellow boat in 5th. 2 Finnish boats finishing across the line, very close together. And then Norddeutsche Regatta Verein in 6th place, yet to cross the line, but they should hold on to 6th.
Well, interesting. Four of the boats that race then sat in 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th places, but that's because the other sort of 8 boats in front of them haven't raced their flight yet. So suddenly when those points add in, you'll probably see quite a jump from these boats, because even just 1 point different will suddenly bump them up. So 4 of those boats could start creeping themselves into that back sort of part of the last sort of 4, 5, 6 and 7th position. So it's going to be really interesting on this next sort of couple of flights. When they start filling out this flight, I think we're going to have some quite big movement in this leaderboard.
So you wonder, are the wheels falling off Norddeutsche Regatta Verein? They started so well with a 2-4-1-1-2, and then their last 2 races are 6th and a 7th, and they can't afford any more of those, can they, Corky?
No, but again, dropping a point here and there, you can kind of deal with, but throwing these extra 2 or 3 points with the points so tight. So obviously we've got at the leaderboard, we've got a 3-point gap, but then a number of boats all wedged in on the same point. So a couple of boats at 18, 4 boats at 20, boats at 21, 22. So there is just single points separating it. And so if you're still staying consistent with that extra 1 or 2 points, okay, it becomes a struggle. But as soon as you're handing 3 or 4 points off in a race, suddenly it's not just moving you 1 place, it's dropping you at least sort of 6 or 7 places. So that's, that's what's fascinating about this the Sailing Champions League. That's what puts the pressure on all of the sailors right up, and no matter what the conditions are, windy, light, big waves, flat water, whatever the race course is, whether it's in a river, out to sea, that's what shapes it, being able to adjust and adapt to it and be able to take the rough with the smooth. Once you've made a mistake, be able to take it on the chin, get on, reset and come out again. But easier said than done.
So we're looking at Esbo Segelverening. They've been leading this series up until the 6th place in their last flight, in flight 6. Now it's up to the Finns to see if they can re-exert their position at the top of the leaderboard. They're 3 points off the lead, which is held by Segelvereinigung Kreuzlingen from Switzerland. So 3 points is actually about, that's a pretty reasonable lead in such tight racing. But it's up to the Finns to see what they can achieve. Just on that last race, Corky, Killer Yacht Club, they won that race and they won it by a comfortable margin. But that was their first race win, and they're still only in 18th place overall. So they were not one of the favourites in that last heat, but they had a great start, and they showed that once they could get in front, it doesn't matter who else was on the racetrack. Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, I'm sure they consider mostly to be the better sailors than themselves, but they left them in the shade. Yeah, very much so, and that just shows, I think, the full calibre and the depth. And even though we know there's some junior teams out here, we know some people have just sailed the SB20s more than the J70, so having to adapt to all of these elements is that we're still seeing, down in 24th is Brando Siglar, that we saw finish 5th in that one, but they've won a race. They're back in 24th at the moment. So all the way through down to nearly the last sort of boats, people are capable of winning races, and that's what really shakes up this format. It's not a matter of going, there's 10 standout teams that are constantly just chipping away at those. No, you can see there's the depth in the whole fleet. So all 29 boats from 15 nations are still able to go out and win races. But it's not a matter of just winning a race and then just letting the others suffer. You've got to be able to string some consistency together, and that's where we start to see the cream start to float to the top. And when you look at most of the top of the fleet, most of them have won 2 races so far in their 6th. And then Yacht Club Costa Smeralda have won half of their races. They've won 3 bullets from 6 races. Yet they're still in 5th. They're not running away with it by any means. They've still got a lot of work to do. But it's incredibly hard to string good scores together in such short, sharp racing. Well, and that's going to be the interesting thing. Those top 8 boats still to race, and with the points so tight, that's where I think we're going to see some real movement and moves in this next sort of couple of races. So we've been talking about Esbo Segelverening from Finland. We've also got a Finnish connection with the Nord Stream race. Let's look at the stopover of that offshore race when it stopped in Helsinki.
From a navigator point of view, leaving Stockholm was a very nightmare, because it was full of islands, small rocks and straight passages where I should keep the boat in the middle.
If I had to put it into one word, it was exhilarating, the entire leg from start to finish. It was some of the tightest racing I think anyone has ever had offshore.
It was exciting. We surfed a lot of big waves with the boat and had good speed and a good battle with the Russian team, so it was really fun, I think.
But we managed to stay all together, all the 3 boats, and when then the race comes out of the archipelago of Stockholm, finally we have some good wind, and we managed to overlap the finish.
Team Russia's first place in leg 3 puts them back in contention. Team Finland is ahead in the offshore ranking, which means overall victory comes down to the final leg to Russia. This year's Nord Stream race is the first offshore race for many young sailors.
First time offshore sailing was really good. All in all, the biggest challenge was to stay concentrated and to stay awake and to have a clear mind even if you're tired.
I prepared a lot. I talked to family and friends that have been sailing before, so I think I knew quite well what I went into.
You always want to sleep, but there's always something to do, and you always get woken up and you don't sleep much, and that was exhausting, but nevertheless it's an experience that I would recommend everyone to do.
It's a great opportunity for me and for such a young crew as our crew to be competing with these boats, so I've really enjoyed it.
Helsinki was the venue for the final 3 inshore races.
About today, the Danish were not much there with us, unfortunately, but we found the finish, and so we have a great battle on the water with them.
We had our ups and downs, and it was really shifty weather, so it was tricky, but we managed to sail well, and we are happy with the day.
Last racing days of inshore series of the Nord Stream race was very good for the Russian team, because we won the last one. And so we won 3 out of 4 events, and we are very happy for that.
Team Russia becomes overall winner of the inshore competition in the Nord Stream Race 2021.
So that's offshore racing. Let's get back to the short course racing, where our races are averaging about 13 minutes in length. And we've got our next one coming up in about 1 minute 15. This is race 2 of Flight 7. And this is the moment for our series leaders from Switzerland, Segler Vereinigung Kreuzlingen, to see what they can show us. Can they put in a race win and further extend their 3-point lead over the rest of the pack? We've got less than a minute to go. We've got just 6 boats in this lineup. We've got Norway's BI Athletic Sailing, Germany's Flensburger Segel Club, winner of a race earlier on today. We've got WSV Almer Central from the Netherlands. We've got the young guys from Switzerland, Regatta Club Oberhofen. We've got previous series leaders until a couple of heats ago, Esbo Segel Vereinigung, and we have the new leaders who displaced the Finns. It's the Swiss Segler Vereinigung Kreuzlingen with 25 seconds to go. And we're on board with Esbo Segel Vereinigung from Finland. And as usual, Corky, I'm going to obsess about who is going to win the left-hand end of the line. And at the moment, it looks like
Flensburger Segel Club and also Regatta Club Uverhofen just pushing down towards this. So again, that's it. Lines shortened up a little bit for the 6 boats to kind of squeeze on, so there's not as much space. Looked early down at the bottom end though, so we wait to see. Are we going to see sort of Flensburger Segel Club have to peel out?
It looks like it's going to be a clear line, I think. In which case, if it is, it was a brilliantly executed start, because there is always the narrowest of gaps between hero-dom and zero-dom. At the moment, it looks like they've got away with it. So a great start for Flensburger Segel Club on the left of our screen.
And Kreuzlingen, the boat tacking out on port and going out to the right now, out the back again. So those were your lead boat now forced to take that tack out and again. So really interesting as we start making our way through more of these. It's going to really start to apply the pressure to those lead boats. So this is where we're going to start to see. So you can see the amount of movement this helm on board. And Flensburger Segel Club are just looking around, trying to identify whether that's a place that looks a bold place to attack. He's got away with that.
Yes. So
Esbo going to let them have that. I probably would have shut the door on that and been a little bit more aggressive.
I think that Esbo could have held them on and called starboard. Oh, and it's all gone a little bit wrong. It's not as clean as we might have expected for Flensburger Segel Club as they get tacked on by the Dutch.
And let's have a draw attention to over to the far right, who are the Swiss team of Kreuzlingen that tacked out really early. But because of all of this carnage that's going on, they're coming across on starboard And actually, because they've kept their nose clean, they could step into this still and be right in the mix here. So it's going to be really interesting with how it is. There they are, the boat number 1 over towards the left-hand side. They're chewing their way through some of the dirt. They'll probably get a couple of boats go in front of them, but actually they might have come out with this okay, because I reckon the 2 boats to leeward of them are going to struggle to make this mark, or if they are going to, they're going to have to shoot it pretty hard.
So at the moment, it's the Dutch on the left-hand side of screen leading around the windward mark. WSV Almere Central ahead of Esbo Segelverening in the yellow boat. And then 2 boats following them around extremely closely. It's the blue boat of Seglervereinigen Kreuzlingen, our series leaders, going around in 3rd. But getting around the inside of them is the Danish boat, BI Athletics, Norwegian boat.
But what a set from, as I say, Kreuzlingen. They've literally drawn themselves forward. That kite went up, set, accelerated them forward, gave the other boat dirty eddy. I was going to say that's a big shift there if people aren't taking that jibe early. Look at the angles that they're going from now. They're going to suffer by not taking this jibe.
Esbo at Segelverening have got a really good angle here. It looks like they've rolled over the top of the Dutch.
They're struggling for breeze, though, in that middle section. It certainly looks like the boats they've gone slightly earlier have got a bit more breeze. Now it starts to soften again across the course, but that could be quite a costly jibe to go that little bit later. They're still in the breeze, though, and holding it. Looks quite soft out on that far side of the race course as you're looking at it, or is it coming down the left-hand side of the course?
We're on board with the Dutch, still in the lead, but I would be worried about that yellow boat to their left, Esbo Segelverening, the Finns, and it looks like they have rolled over the top of the Dutch boat, and now they've got a choice of marks to go around. Which one are they going to take?
Going to take this near side one. They surely are sort of going to have to provide room for red boat squeeze in, but they've gone for a slightly earlier drop, but there's too great a distance to be able to head towards that other mark. You'll see all 3 of these near side boats take this one, but you can see they've taken a slightly wider angle to allow them to carry momentum and go for better positioning out of this, because they haven't had to go as tight. And there you go, nice positioning off here inside lane. The question is how long they're going to be able to hold it. I reckon if the Dutch are going to squeeze a higher lane, you'll quickly see that yellow boat taking a tack out. They can't sit there for too long, surely. And there's that tack now coming in.
So the Dutch holding on to their lead by a whisker. The Dutch choosing to go with the Finns, not wanting to let them get too far away. So a defensive move by the Dutch in the lead. Still very soft breeze. It's all about subtlety of body movement through these tacks.
I reckon that right's going to kick back again a little bit here now. If we draw our attention to the navy blue line, you can see where they've come down, taken that wide angle, but then all 3 boats have tacked to take that shift and bring themselves back over. But unfortunately, Kreuzlingen are really starting to get some dirty air and be pushed. So what was they're rounding round that bottom mark in that sort of 3rd position they'd squeezed up. I'd say they're really struggling now, and we're going to be looking towards a bit further back down the line. Going for attack again, just so that they can clear themselves away early from that ley line to avoid other people taking attack up on top of them.
On board with Esbo Segelverening from Finland. Smooth tack from them onto port tack. And they're the bottom of picture. And it's just gone a little bit soft for them. The breeze has caved a little bit for the yellow boat, bottom right of screen. Don't think there's enough for them to be able to attack the Dutch in the lead. But the Dutch look soft. Dutch heading up a little bit, so just holding on to their lead. But they've still got another tack to do. And they go for a tight cover on Esbo Segelverening. The Dutch always looking to defend against the Finnish boat whenever they get the opportunity.
It's also just trying to force that position to give them that little bit of extra distance to that ley line, even though they're going to be higher above them. If they can hold that inside line and get round that mark, it still means they're in control. But look how tight it is back there as well. The breeze going light. I think looking back again, a couple of those boats are going to struggle to make that mark now.
Really good hoist by the Dutch. Instantly get the Jenica set. Had a lot of pressure on them to get that right because the Finns are breathing down their necks and no one is running away with this race right now. The front two could slow each other down, which could play into the hands of Regatta Club Oberhofen going round in third. So there's been some place changing, and right at the back I fear that it might be not right at the back, but almost, it's Segler, Vereinigen, Kreuzlingen, our series leaders that are fighting to avoid the wooden spoon in this race right now. Almer Central has jibed off in the red Jenica. The yellow boat, Esbo Segler Vereinigen, continues on, so we've now got a split between the two leaders. So who's got the best breeze? That's going to be one of the key things. The Finns now jibe. They've got clear air.
And a lot of this positioning has all been dictated from that leeward mark when they came round and sort of that position of taking that left sort of mark and taking that jibe. So it's really interesting how these places are set up because of that. But now it's all about the breeze. Can Esbo be able to keep that little bit of breeze sort of going on? The angle looks straight down. I'd say the Dutch potentially have to slightly high on that line and will be looking to probably do another jibe. This looks like it's coming in here. That's going to slow them by having to have to put that jibe in.
Esbo look like they've done enough to take the lead and hold a small advantage over the Dutch, so it's been a good run for the Finns. The Dutch coming down with speed behind them, just getting the Jenica down early. But not too much of a threat for the Finns, who now have about as comfortable a lead as we've seen in this tightly fought race so far. Going up the upwind leg for the final time. It's first and second going round the left-hand mark, and then Regatta Club Oberhofen trying the right-hand side of the mark. The Finns looking upwind, seeing what's coming their way. Lucas Karlemo, the helmsman, with Victor Mesterton, Anton Eklund and Emil Lindblom working together as a tight unit, not doing the full hike.
No, I was just about to say that they're positioned one leg over the deck, but then it allows them to actually trim things a bit easier. It looks like they're either prepared, ready for it. You only kind of really want to commit yourself completely to it. But if they're happy, and as I say, the helmsman feels or helmswoman feels like the balance is right, the rig feels good, then you're better off having people just sat side straddle to allow them to adjust and be able to adjust that the controls. And when your back's faced completely to it, you are obviously believing that breeze is going to stay fairly steady and consistent and the rig set up right. So anything can still happen. You can see that chopping and changing the angles. So when we look at the analytics, that sort of WSV Almere Central have made a real sort of tight gain on a greater angle on that shift. So it's either sailing a slightly higher angle or tapping into a little bit of a shift that has been missed by Esbo. But here we go into the tack, coming into the top mark.
Looks like Esbo are going for fewer manoeuvres. They're not putting as tight a cover on the Dutch as the Dutch did on them. So they're sailing their own race a little bit more. And it's still only a 15-metre advantage, so it's not massive, but they do have starboard advantage on this last cross. But that's been a good beat by the Dutch. I mean, they've kept it tight. They're still close enough that they could attack for the lead on the final run to the finish.
Yeah, but we've got about 8 knots of breeze that are coming down in, 9 knots now, just starting to creep up. So again, still light, so it is going to come in when that first jibe is. So it'll be interesting out of those first two, who's going to, when that first jibe comes in. There we go.
So that is Esbo Segel Vereinigen in the lead going into a jibe, and the Dutch are a little bit slow to respond, but they do decide that they're going to go the same way, and now they want to see if they can roll over the top of the leaders. But it looks like Finland are doing just enough to keep their air clear where they are, being attacked by the Dutch but not panicking.
It's been a good, sensible race from these two boats. a good battle, and it's lovely to see that even though, you know, they've just been out in front between them both, they've both still battled for, between them. We've seen the places change. We see sort of there's still that pressure all the way through to the line.
Keeping a close eye on what the Dutch are up to. Finland maintaining the lead ahead of the Netherlands. We're on board with the Dutch. Just throwing the boat into a jibe, but being matched jibe for jibe by Esbo.
Good bit of acceleration out to the top. They're quite happy to let them sail slightly higher, as the Finns know that as long as they stay on that lower line, keep it slightly soft, they can just bear away and use that momentum into the line. So even though it looked like there had been a bit of a gain from the Dutch trying to sail that higher bit, the advantage was sailing away from that line, but a great defensive manoeuvre into that line.
And then close across the finish, it's Regatta Club Oberhofen in third, Flensburger across in fourth, and then Kreuzlingen, our series leaders, having to settle for fifth in that race. Only 6 boats in this race, so not a great finish there for Kreuzlingen. And then bringing up the rear is going to be the Norwegian team, BI Athletics, still to cross the line. So Corky, my favourite pin end start for Flensburger Sail Club was not the winning move. It wasn't the key moment. It was a much more competitive first windward leg than we've seen, wasn't it?
Well, it's still coming off that start line, still was quite a favourable sort of bit, but then it was again that opportunity of being able to get back across to the middle. We saw that breeze go slightly lighter in the middle. And because of that, normally they've managed to come back across in that pressure. But because of that, it tightened everybody up. And actually, it wasn't so much the breeze. There was a lot more movement between 3 or 4 boats that tightly packed together in that middle part. And because of that, that opened the opportunities to other boats that just kept themselves away from it, kept that breathing space, sailed that distance. But, yeah, some quite big place changes, some quite big sort of points gained and lost in that. And so it'll be, again, very interesting to what the next sort of flight's going to bring up.
So that was a critical race in terms of determining who's going to be at the top of the leaderboard. We are only halfway through Flight 7, so we've still got other boats that have yet to compete. But that was a significant race, Corky, because Esbo Segelverening, well, at the moment, they've regained the lead. That first place in that race enabled them to displace Kreuzlingen, whose 5th place was just not good enough. And
but even with that 5th place, they have still cemented themselves in second, because all the other boats that are still to race, even though they're on equal points with one keel on in that second place, but are sat in third on how it's split, has still got to race. So it's not been ideal. It would have been obviously lovely for them to have gone into that as a top spot, but there is only 1 point separating them from first. So again, not ideal, but still very, very much to play for, and knowing that actually the other boats below them have still got to add points to their overalls.
Very true, very true. And when you go down the list, I mean, there's only 5 points separating the top 10, and we've still got more racing that's going to take place this afternoon, and then we've got all of tomorrow to look at as well. But for you and me, Corky, that's the end of our live show today. We will be back tomorrow at midday. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, or go to sailingchampionsleague.com. That's sailing-championsleague.com. Corky, any final comments from you?
Well, again, when you come back, keep track of the leaderboard. There are things going to be changing. Loads of content goes up on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, so it's the best way of keeping track. Go and delve into a little bit more detail of some of their sailors and the details about it. Go and have a look at how the qualifiers panned out. Kiel was a phenomenal qualifier, the exciting racing. But again, we're due to have some really super exciting racing go on tomorrow. Again, that is going to cement who's going to be crowned champion. So why wouldn't you sort of come and check it out? If you'd like to check out some of the information and the data that we're given, you can head to SCL 2021.sapsailing.com, and that's a way we can head to sapsailing.com and then click on that regatta. Again, that brings you to live leaderboards, all the data that we're being able to crunch the numbers and be able to provide this information to you with in our commentary. So go and have a little look at that. But yeah, can't wait for tomorrow, see what it's going to bring, whether are we going to be in the harbour, are we going to be out in the harbour. So much to go on, we can only find out till tomorrow.
15 nations, 29 clubs, and tomorrow we find out who is going to be winner of the Sailing Champions League 2021. I've been Andy Rice with Mark Corky-Rhodes. Hope you enjoyed this afternoon. See you at midday tomorrow.
The new Range Rover Velar plug-in hybrid. The perfect balance of electric and luxury. Working together seamlessly in perfect harmony. Love it for its looks. And love it for its intelligence.